Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WoW lore run, apparently, as I just spent a huge amount of time discussing boss design, soft enrages, hard enrages, and the concepts of the Bronze Era of MMO in game design. So, what I have done, we're going to talk about a little bit here, so what I've done is I've gone ahead and done the prep quests for that and that, the last two Studium things, and I've made all the stuff. All the stuff is currently made, so we can just do turn-ins and get these things friggin' over with. So let's talk about what we're doing right now for the goldsmith chain here. So, this person, Rurashasha, has found this item right here. It's this thing. There's some jazz music playing. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Really quick. Oh, where is it? There it is. Is it... Did I not have it here? There it is. Okay. So what's happening here is she has found that device, which she's not sure what it is or what it does. She wants us to construct items in order to rebuild it. She wants us to go ahead and restore the thing and get it back into working order. She is being hounded by the evil one for this particular quest, who is very upset at her for wasting resources and this huge workspace on restoring this random thing that she's not even sure what it is. That's where we're at with this quest. I'll tell you about the culinary quest when we get there. So as you can see, I've actually made this stuff. Apparently I'm missing one. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, hang on. We're missing one. Can I make one? I cannot make one. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I hate these quests so much. Okay. All right. Hang on. Let's go buy some stuff from the auction house really quick. I hope I don't run into that again. I wonder if it was a collectability issue. I don't recognize that outfit. No, I was making 6. Actually, as I think about it, I know exactly what happened. You remember when I first started doing the crafting quest, and I accidentally tried the macro? I tried the macro. The macro didn't work, so I wasted the mats for that one. I think I never actually went back to make the one I failed to make. So let's go ahead and make the one I failed to make. Look, this is here for Ross and Hazardous. That's what this song is here for. But you are correct, Lunaruth, but that kind of boils down to how the song was applied. Valvatrix asked me the same question. I gave her the same answer. I actually kind of like this song when I listened to it for about... How long is it? It's a 4-minute song. I don't mind listening to this song for 4 minutes. What I mind is listening to this song for 19 hours. That was the problem in Persona 5. Most of the songs were good. They were just repeated ad nauseum. Over and over and over again. If in fact, if you're paying attention, it's the same problem FF14 has with dum da 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 dum da 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 dum. So, there you go. All right, hem. Also, the non-lyrics version. Lyrics tend to bug me. So, you notice this is the non-lyrics version. Okay, so we've started repairs. Feels like watching my own child grow up. That you are here to help means more than you know. Lyrics stick in my head more, and that bothers me more, if that makes any sense. It's easier... The simplest way to phrase this is it's easier for me to hit pause on a song that doesn't have lyrics than one that does. If I hear a song that has lyrics too much, especially repeated, like we did with Persona 5, it gets mega stuck in my brain. Like, we all know what the concept of an earworm is, but if it goes past a certain point, I will have difficulty. I think I told you guys, I had to actually listen to music to fall asleep because it was so stuck in my brain it wouldn't stop playing even as I was laying down to go to sleep every night. That's how stuck in my brain it got. Anyways, I'm glad to see you in such high spirits, Professor. Truly I am, but is it really wise for us to use the entirety of our remaining budget on this project? Oh, lighten up. Have I ever steered you wrong in the past? I suppose not. Forgive me if I feel uneasy seeing our coffers so thoroughly emptied. Better that the money is left... better than the money is used than left together, dost I say. Well, I do agree that being miserly serves little purpose. The opposite extreme may not be the best approach. Well, there's no need for you to fret, Lore. I've set aside more than enough scripts to see you duly compensated. Yeah, but I'm full on scripts, so I literally can't get any of them. So now we will work on the insides of the device. Yeah, can you just give me money? No, I'll give you scripts. I don't need scripts. Or experience, as it happens. In fact, I get nothing out of doing any of these. Oh, by the way, Brigwin, I love the new boots. I meant to say that earlier, and I apologize. I spaced. Honestly, show a little faith. Lord doesn't strike me as someone who go back on his word. Seriously, dude. Do you have any idea who I am? We've been turned down by so many others. As you probably worked out by now, Boric has a penchant for worrying too much. Please don't take anything he says too seriously. That's fine. That's enough of that. Shall we get back to discussing our little friend's woes? While examining the insides of the relic, it seems is missing some, which has caused the damage. I need to make something very tough. It's not a dumb question at all, Ross. Especially during such a downtime. It was just really, really, really boring crafting for a whole hour. I appreciate having something to talk about during that period of time. Alright, already made everything. There you go. This is what we were doing for the last hour. There you go. I was trying to think if there's any other old Lalafels, because Lolorito's in his 70s, but he doesn't look like it. Cogs were a perfect fit. Now I'd be even happier if she decided to move for us. Uh-oh. We have awoken the End Singer. Yeah, no kidding, Pillars of Snow. Well done, we'll have you moving properly in no time. You just watch. Well done, it merely flopped on the table like a dead fish. It's hardly cause for celebration. I'm growing increasingly worried this will all come to nothing and your reputation will end up in tatters. Oh, calm down. Lest you forget this relic was found buried with the body of what appeared to be a mage, possibly of some repute. The tomb contained a range of tools used by those skilled in the arcane arts. I'm positive this mammoth possesses great power. Well, if you're discussing what it could be, I would say it's just as easily a trinket or charm they kept on their person. Let's not forget the shady stories we heard about the gleaner who sold you it in the first place. Would have meant... Hang on. How are we meant to trust someone with such a track record of peddling counterfeit wares? Boric, how many times have I told you not to hold others past against them? Everyone's capable of change, and I, for one, am convinced that this relic is worthy of study. It's true that Gleaner's livelihood depends on their ability to discern what a forgery is and what is the genuine article, but no one is without error. Not even me. If our little friend is nothing more than a fake, it means I've made an error. No more, no less. Although I don't believe for a moment that I have. After all, if I don't believe in me, who will? Right. Sure. Oh yeah, Valerian. Valerian's gone. Damn it. Oh well. I meant to ask him something, and then I just didn't. Yeah, whatever. Lore, lovely to see you again. There you go. So you asked a question yesterday. I asked you to clarify. You clarified, and I forgot to respond to your clarification, and now I've forgotten your clarification. You asked, now that you've finished most of the plot, if you could replace Nier with another raid from another Square game, what would it be, assuming the main plot would stay the same? I asked what you meant by that. You said... And then my brain went, woo! Right out the window. So, if you could help me on this, please. Oh my god. God, it'll be so difficult to find rare materials to do this. This is far more complex than anything we've asked you to do so far. Excuse me. And now I play the waiting game. Will Valerian answer the question? Will I remember the answer to Valerian's answer to my question? Will I remember to answer the answer to my Valerian's question? Only time will tell. Looking better with the new part. Replacement, let's see if she can move. 2 flops this time. So I have to keep the near plot of dwarves and androids and eggs. But I could swap out something else. Oh, just... So I keep the dwarves. And the fact that one of them's dead. Spoilers. Meanwhile, you there, clumsy assistant. How have you not managed to convince her to stop this blunder of a project? You should understand better than anyone her colleagues' misgivings for this outlandish behavior. Well, I concede I do not share her optimism for the potential of the thing, but as long as I'm her assistant, I will support her. Word has it that she thinks rather highly of you. For her to sing such praises, you must be an artisan of remarkable skill. Yet for all your talents, it seems you still have much to learn about what work and what you shouldn't accept. Your gifts will go to waste if you keep humoring this old bag. Say what you want. It's a job worth doing, and it pays terribly. It pays nothing, actually. I have lost money doing this quest chain. What fools you are. So, I have to keep the dwarf stupid quest chain. So it's still a negative to story. But I can swap in anything I want. So it has to be something that fits the dwarves and the 2 dwarf siblings, excuse me, being, like, you know, troublemakers. And that's my limitation. It has to be something... Yeah, apparently people just know. It has to be something that fits the dwarves and their thing. And it has to be a Square Enix property. So we're automatically limited to stuff that would be, like, at least equivalent to dwarves. So anything dwarven related or anything underground related. Maybe something high technology. Okay, I've got it. I'm going to go Secret of Mana, specifically, from the Mana series. And the way it's going to work is because the Mana series has the 8 elements, almost the same as 14 does. We're going to do a little bit of copy-pasting, and the bosses are going to be based on the element from Secret of Mana, or the Mana series, rather. And stuff related to them. And the way it is the dwarves have been working in secret around the idea of creating specific artificial constructs based on these elements in order to do whatever it is they're doing. To prove themselves to the town, or to take over the town, or whatever evil plan they have, right? And so the first time in, you know, you fight a couple of... Actually, I'm going to rework this a little bit. The first time you go in... correct. Pillars of Snow. There's the two variances. It's pretty close, but it is a little different. So the first bosses, I would actually have it be like... It's 3 per alliance raid, right? Or is it 4? I don't remember. Help me out. I need a number. Blah, 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 blah. We're here for your stuff. Here's your thing. We're in Thunder Bluff, apparently. 3 and a mini-boss. Okay, no, that actually works out well. So the way I would do it is I would have... What they're doing is they're trying to construct these artificial entities, these artificial elementals of each of the elements to, as you say, Valerian, restore the balance, to try and readdress the excess of light aspect of ether in the world. So the mini-boss would be, honestly, probably something relatively low tier and simple, just as a way to kind of ease you into the concept. And then the first boss would be the first 4 elements. The second boss would be the second 4 elements. The third boss would be all 8 elements, all in one bundle. Because they've all gotten out of their control or whatever, and they had to destroy them. But it's okay, because now that you've defeated them, we figured out what we did wrong. We've kind of processed a few things. We know how this is going to work out. And I would basically give each boss 1 mechanic. But that means, you know, for the first and second bosses, you're dealing with 4 mechanics simultaneously. And of course, for the last boss, you're dealing with all 8, all happening at the same time, gameplay-wise. So then you get to the second raid, and the second raid I would probably have more focused on other mana references, and try to emphasize that even though they've been doing everything right and everything seems to be working out, there's just something not going correctly, and we're not sure what's going on here. And yeah, this does sound like Eden now that I'm saying it out loud, but whatever. I'm sticking with it. Screw it. He said I have to keep the stupid dwarves, so I'm keeping the stupid dwarves. So after the second raid, during the second raid, there would be focused more on something screwing up with them. And so we'd have a few other mana bosses, probably the 8 elements would still be there, but they'd be like on our side, and they help us fight against, you know, some more iconic enemies. Like we could fight the Kilroy boss, and we could fight... I'm trying to think how I want to go with that. I would probably go ahead and have you fight just kind of random reference bosses. I don't have ones off the top of my head, but I could think of some if I had to for a bit. And at the end, one of the final boss of the second thing is Agrippalon, or however the hell you pronounce her stupid name. And she's like, well, ha, thank you for doing all this. And it turns out in this setting, rather than Fauna being a woman who sold her soul to the devils, she is actually just a dwarf who has decided to usurp this plan in order to gain power and take over the village, and then use that power to go wipe out the other dwarf village. You remember the one that they're feuding with? So she's there, and you fight her, and she goes down. But in the explosion, it causes some damage and hurts the village. And then the dwarves are all pissed at them, and they're all evil and stupid, as they are in the story chain, because we have to keep the story chain as is. The third raid, however, we would encounter the evil one, the one that actually... Probably make it a void scent to make it easy. But we'd encounter Thanatos. Thanatos would be the second boss of the third raid. Because Thanatos has been pulling strings, whispering into the ears of the dwarves how to make the elementals, and perverting their construction so that he could craft a whole new flood of void in order to engulf this world and claim this world and yada yada yada. So I would have the first boss of that be... Honestly, probably Geshtar fight, I think would be a really good iconic fight for that. The second fight would be Thanatos, and as Thanatos dies, as his dying act, he combines the elements into one, which forms the Mana Beast. And the Mana Beast would then be the third and final fight of the Mana Raids. And there you go. Done. And that would need a whole lot of work in order to make that actually good, but whatever. Oh, I agree, Blade Javal. Yes, this is what I requested you acquire, though I must say its contents appear to be lacking. Look, he made the requirement, Pillars of Snow. What do you want from me? Here, I posit the question to you, Pillars of Snow. You have to keep the dwarf storyline mostly intact, and it has to be based on another Square It property. What do you do? What do you do with it? Meanwhile, he's trying to poach the assistant there. The bouncer. You're fired, Blade Traval. A compendium of linguistic research. Its contents are beyond me. Archaeology has always been my preferred field of study. However, my marks in school have often been left much to be desired. To even call me a second-rate researcher would be flattering. But that mattered little to Professor Rurusha. She took me under her wing in spite of my shortcomings, and my performance greatly improved thanks to her tutelage. So much so I was offered a position working at St. Coinac's Find after graduation, but I wouldn't accept it. I owe a great debt to the professor for all she has done for me. I will remain at her side, no matter the cost. Which Dragon Quest? And how? You gotta give specifics. I gave specifics. You gotta give specifics. See you around, Emperor Valerian. Yeah, speaking of mana, complete coincidence there. Is this just... yeah. I mean, Mana's music has just been awesome ever since I first heard it. It's weird how good it is. Yep. And levies are now available. Yay. I will never do any of them. Alright. Alright, so if you put a gun to my head and said, pick a Dragon Quest and apply it to the near raids. So there's no dwarves in Dragon Quest, not really. So that can't be a connecting point. Let me think about that for a minute. Which version, Gundenium? I agree in either case, but I'm just curious. Because, like, we've got, you know... Oh, so you meant the original, not the version I'm playing right now. Never mind. I'll put it back on random. A Lotro crossover. Well, if Square Enix owns Lotro, then we have some interesting things to talk about. Aww. That's actually kind of cute. He mentions nervously how much he's worried about getting poached by other people, and her response, rather than being upset or hurt, is just excitement. Oh man, you're coming up in the world. That's kind of cute. Alright, you put a gun to my head. Have to come up with a way to tie Dragon Quest in to the near chain. Oh god, this needs to be high quality, doesn't it? Oh god. Bad procs, too. There we go. Okay. I've got it. How about we have a Dragon Quest thing where they have to go into the empty and restore the 8 elements? No, I actually don't have any ideas. I'd have to really think about that. You might as well just shoot me, because I'm not sure I can come up with anything. Interesting. Well, you know, it can fly like an airship. Apparently, build lives. Are you certain it's not Alagon in Oregon? I can think of no other ancient civilization capable of such a mammoth. Strange, though. It continues to function poorly despite replacing all its parts. Which leaves us with what is essentially now an ornament. I'll grant you our results this far are less than satisfactory, but no cause for panic. So now we gotta take it apart again and figure out what was rattling. That's true. Hey, Sid, this thing's an airship. I've got this. It has an artificial voice box. Oh yeah, let's go and replace it. You think it may be capable of speech? What else do you think the voice box would be for? It says something. You don't know what it's trying to tell you. We did it. Kind of. She speaks. Did you hear that just now? Oh, this could be the discovery of a lifetime. That said, it definitely made a noise more like a song than speech to me. Still wasting time, I see. Ah, perfect time. If you can spare a moment, we have need of your keen insight. I beg your pardon. Did I do something to suggest I wish to waste my time alongside you? Don't tell me you've actually made progress. Yeah. A clue! That's more impressive than the time you've already wasted. Honestly, are you even listening to yourself? Regardless, I did not come here to discuss your failings as a researcher. In light of your wasting on research funding, I've asked the studium to consider if your continued employment is worth anyone to hear besides yourself. Just look at how stressed your assistant is. Fret not. I promise to look after you once she's removed from her position. Of course, in return, I expect you to sign my petition to proceed with the inquiry. Wow, college politics. Well, that didn't go according to plan. Considering the linguistic nature of the problem, I was hoping you'd assist us. If only I'd spoken up sooner. Perhaps it would come to this. Forgive me, the day has given me much to consider, if you'll excuse me. But you... Oh, okay. Never realized he was under such stress. Yeah. Oh no! Anyway. It's the life we choose as researchers. Callous though it may sound, there are matters we must work out for ourselves. Okay. That's dumb. You're dumb. I could see Kingdom Hearts working, especially since if you remember the two dwarves, which have to be part of the story, remember, one of them's wearing all black with white highlights, the other's wearing all white with black highlights. There you go. There's one dark-aligned dwarf and one light-aligned dwarf, and the two are like, bah! And they disagree about how you should go about balancing things once you encounter Ericus and Xehanort. Or, you know, dwarven versions of Ericus and Xehanort. Oh my god, imagine a Lalafell Xehanort and a Lalafell Ericus. I'm with it. I like it. Seal of approval. Is that an Alagon tombstone? An Alagon tombstone. Doesn't have the same patterns, but the texture is similar. Based on where we found her, I doubt this friend who was created the third. No, the fifth is more likely. Maybe in the beginning of the sixth. It's entirely possible the people of that age, after unearthing Alagon relics, repurposed the technology. Or maybe drew inspiration from the Alagons in their work. If this was meant to store records, which I believe it does, I would have expected it to serve as her core, much like the mammoths of Ul'dah. However, the core has an altogether different function. Okay. Here's what? Yeah, sure, I'll build you a connector. Or 6. Oh, goodness. Oof. What the? Okay. Whoop! That's just knocking everything over. Jeez Louise. Thank you, Ledson. Thank you very, very much for the support. Always. And for making me knock over everything. See, it's all you. I didn't actually do any of that. And I will go ahead and jot that down for to the moon. Give me a minute. Gold connector. Let's see if the macro works. It should, hypothetically. Let me just get all the buffs going. There we go. We did it. So what's the conclusion of this question? Because this has actually been a pretty dull question so far. Like, not as bad as the freaking poetry slam question, the astrology one, but this has not been good. Professor. Ah. Good to see you. If you come to apologize, don't. You're here, and that's all that matters. No. I mean, yes, I'm sorry, but I came to apologize. I signed the petition for your inquiry. Dun, 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 wah, 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 wah. Your research is leading you nowhere. I thought it better you resign than tarnish your legacy in this final project. So I signed the petition, and now he has the signature he needs to submit his petition. It was only after signing I realized my mistake. If that relic holds sequence of Gunner, it's our duty to find them, but we may never have that chance. Hang on, I just realized there's a very specific song that I need to play here. Sorry, I gotta find it. Give me just a sec. Shouldn't take me long, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I don't know what it's called. Is this it? Nope. And there it is. I take it you've heard the good news. Professor Namono. I am pure evil. I suggest you make your way to the learner's meet lest you miss the ending of your own career. You two may come along as well. The more the merrier. Pure evil. Always in a hurry, that one. He really must learn how to relax. Very well. Do me a favor. I was to finish fitting this part. Once I finished, I'm positive we will learn all we need to know. But I need you to delay the inquiry for a short while. You got it. That's a little bit too enthusiastic. No need to worry. I suspect it won't be long before the old girl stirs to life. Go ahead and tell Boric. Okay. Onwards. We have to tell him. We must let him know. Only two of you. You're not going to tell me the great Professor Rurusha took the coward's way out and fled, are you? No, her legs simply wouldn't move us past the issue. Would you care for a cup of tea? Maybe we could pay a visit to the last stand. Boric, we are past the time for guilt and regret. Would you not agree? But you needn't fret. I'll be sure to look after you. So please, there's no need to delay the inevitable. At any rate, all necessary parties to this inquiry will be here soon enough. Allow me to preface this by stating I have the utmost respect for you as a fellow academic. However, given the support behind this recent petition, we have no choice but to consider the matter of your continued tenure at the studio. You stand accused of squandering studium funds on restoration of a relic of questionable origin. And she refused time and time again to heed my request to cease her activities. She's convinced this relic is some sort of mammoth, and I have not witnessed it move in Ilm. What's more, the gleaner that found this so-called relic has a history of counterfeits. Isn't that right, Boric? Now, nobody's perfect, and 100th time the Mabbit is something special. You just need to be patient with her. Come now, little one. Show them. What? Am I seeing things? This proves nothing. How do we know you didn't ask the Selperfuse to contrive a means for it to move on its own? Well, I suppose it falls on me to confirm as such. Tell me, did you do as Professor Nanomo suggests? No, you dumbass. He speaks the truth. Naturally, someone of his ability could doubtless make the modification to allow rudimentary movement. I don't think even the best in the field could achieve this. What? Isn't that the tome I received from Professor Namomo? As you may recall, the Golden Diada produced strange noises during our time in the workshop. It's only recently I realized those noises were syllables. They match those comprising the language in the book. Now, my dear, read an excerpt from the book. Oh, and please be certain to translate to a language we can all understand. The serpent that sleeps in the deep slowly sheds its skin of old. Yep. Recognize that passage. Has to do with magics that control the life stream. At least I would wager that's what the serpent represents. It aligns with everything my research has uncovered thus far. Then the relic is an ancient translation device, yes. And here I was convinced she had lost all her critical faculties. Yet clearly it was I who was entirely in the wrong. You see, I've learned something today. Suicide. Oh my god, this is dumb. I mean, it was approaching something interesting. I actually like academic politics. Remember the oh, I can't remember what it's called. The Chain in Heaven's Word was pretty good. What's the core quest, Ross? Maybe you should work on this together. A fantastic idea. I'd love to work in alongside him. The Scholasticate, thank you. Yeah, the Scholasticate was actually pretty legit on the politics side of things. Thank you for allowing me to help. Thank you for helping her with the research. Everything's cool. All's well that ends well. It's time for the victory music. As soon as I find it. There it is. We did it! I know, right, Blade Travel? It's weird. Ain't that the truth, Inamisha? Ain't that the truth? I'm so sorry. You should fire me. I'd never fire you. I need to work you to the bone. Oh, thank you for working me to the bone. I'm ready to be worked to the bone, too. I've been far too long toiling to not... It. I mean, it kind of is, Blade Traval. It's literally... Good night, Lunarith. You can sleep. It's literally the reward for pushing through the bluch. Because if you think about it, and if you remember, we talked about this during the review, the dungeons leading right up to Doom Castle really suck. Like, that tree is probably the worst dungeon in the entire game. And then we get to Doom Castle, which is just like... And it's awesome. Well, that quest sucked. Negative to story. For being just bad. Like, I don't even feel the need to qualify that. I really don't. Moving on. So, we've actually already started the culinarian chain. Let's explain what is going on here. Now, this woman is a geek. She is specifically a cooking geek, something I can sympathize with because I am also a cooking geek. She likes just how the combines flavors and how you cook this and what you do with this and how you make this. And it's really cool. I like it. It's cool stuff. Already leaning towards positive. Here's the thing, however. She's working for Professor Evil McEvilston. Perfect music transition. Points of view recognize what game this is from. So McEvilston, he is the one who invented Archon Loaf. Yes, that Archon Loaf. Now, he has been tasked by the forum to come up with an even better form of Archon Loaf. He wants to come up with something that is pure nutrition. And it's specifically for the evacuation plan, right? It's so that we have rations that'll last long term. It is. Yeah, food pills. They want him to come up with this really, really, really nutritious food that people can live off of as MREs, effectively. Once they, have to live on the moon for however many years or decades or centuries or millennium it takes to get to the next planet. So, he is, of course, all about, there is no flavor. Flavor is irrelevant. Now, the problem is, it is so bad. It tastes so terrible. The game has re-emphasized multiple times that it's like eating the most horrific nightmare in both texture and flavor. I know, right? Sounds like that anyone's ever placed. Some people have quite literally vomited immediately after eating it. So that's where we're at now, right? That's the lead up to this. So, let's get straight down to business. The main problem with Panaloaf, that's what he calls it, is the recipe calls for a wide variety of wholesome substances, resulting in an extremely eclectic and extremely disgusting mixture of flavors. Now, I've managed to bake a slightly less repulsive version by adjusting the balance of the ingredients, but the taste remains indistinct and unsatisfying. It needs seasoning of some kind, and badly. What are you linking? Oh my god! To that end, I've put together a recipe for a sweetener using those materials which are readily available in Labryinthos. Oh yeah, the other requirement, it has to have stuff from Labryinthos, because that's the stuff that's being sent to the moon. So, logic. So, concocting the sweetener will be a job for experts! If only we could make this wonderful, incredible sweetener. Here you go. Here's 6 of this sweetener. I just happened to have on me. Okay. Just leaving it on random now. With your sweetener added to the mix, I went ahead and baked a second test batch of Panaloaf. As a result, well, I took some samples over to the last stand for the customers to try. They said the taste was passable, which is a significant improvement over nausea-inducing wretchedness of the original recipe. As I'd hoped, a little sweetness was instrumental in tying together the myriad flavors. The key here being a little sweetness. We wouldn't go overboard and endanger the nutritional balance of a perfect meal. I'm told one of the regulars is at his table today, and he's a man with decidedly particular palate. Why don't we head over and ask for his impression of our second batch? And yeah, can we just ask the Labryinthos, hey, whatever you make your happiness carrots out of, can we get that? What'd you think of the bread, sir? Not bad, not bad. I give the flavor a passing grade. The texture, however, needs some attention. That's why the boss fight just fired up. Ah, the texture. It is not overly noticeable with a bite-sized sample, but after 1 or 2 slices, I fear one may begin to struggle with the somewhat dry and powdery consistency. not considered that. Thank you for your most valuable insight, sir. We will certainly keep that in mind for future batches. Jesus, camper. I mean, I believe you. That's what, Saturday, I think? Yeah. Well, that was a much-needed reminder. In my rush to enhance the flavor, I've neglected to account for change in texture. Introducing the sweetener must have affected the consistency. Nothing's ever simple, is it? Improving the texture is our next task, then. I'll give the problem some thought, and we'll work together to make a solution that doesn't taste like death. I am now a reliable baker. Ah, my partner in Panaloaf Improvement. Oh, hang on, random. I've been researching the subject of texture, and I think I found the cause of the powdery problem. The answer lies in the yeast. The sugar content of the sweetener weakens its usual effects, preventing the dough from being fully leavened. Fine, I'll keep it. Which means if we can create yeast more properly suited to sweeten dough, then our bread will be moist as we care to make it. Knowing... I can't believe you recognize that, Setslayer. Nobody I know has played Bomberman 64, except for Pax and me. Knowing, however, is not the same as doing. While I understand the basis, formulating yeast from scratch is rather beyond my current abilities. Once more, I must call upon you to rise to the occasion. Sorry. Fun fact, almost all of my thematic songs, or thematic playlists, have a Bomberman 64 song in them. Cold, Town, Lava, Sci-Fi, Boss. Okay, it's only 5, but still. So I have some yeast that I happen to have on me. It's weird how that works out. Yes, I would, Zetzler. Thanks to... I never actually got all the cards, Blade Tribal. I gave up after a certain point. Thanks to your hard work, the third test batch of Panaloaf turned out just as moist as we hoped, without compromising the original integrity of the nutritional content. It was well received by the clientele of the Last Stand. Even our difficult-to-please regular gave it his seal of approval. I would, however, like to hear the opinion of the foremost gourmand in Sharlayan. Wouldn't that be me? The owner of the Last Stand. Okay, let's go see what he has to say. I mean, Bomberman's story has always been kind of bonkers. Master Dickin, what'd you think of the third batch? No. It's a decent loaf. Certainly a far cry from what you started with. The very first sample tastes like a sponge fished out of a sewer ditch. I expect you have your new friend to thank for the sudden leap in progress. Hi, Evo. I swore a vendetta against this foul-tasting evil! My lord, you're quite a gourmet after my own heart. A crusader for culinary quality! Be that as it may, you yet have work to do. You've worked wonders with the taste and the texture, but there's no aroma. How does it have no smell? So it isn't smelly enough. The road to gastronomic excellence is never-ending, it seems. But if that's what it takes to earn your full approval, then we must bake on! You remind me of old Mevrin. He was the fellow who built this place. Dedicated his life to bringing fine food to Sharlayan. That life ended before he truly accomplished his goal. The Last Stand passed on to me. Even now, gourmet cooking remains something of a foreign concept in this nation. It's the kind of place where puffed-up experts like your professor labeled nutritional experiments the perfect meal. As if anything with such a revolting flavor could ever be deemed perfect. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing, Ina Micho. Listen, the Last Stand was named so for a reason. We're a cultural outpost, the final defense against those who would condemn Sharlayan's diet to blandness and monotony. If you share Mevrin's gene, and I believe you do, I implore you, carry on his legacy. How do Vieira get haircuts? After hearing what Master Dickon had to say, I'm more determined than ever to make the truly perfected penaloaf. As before, allow me some time to cogitate on the problem, and then we can see about adding a tantalizing aroma to the next batch of bread. This one is Ocarina, specifically. I have it. A method to infuse the penaloaf with a more alluring aroma. We're going to dip it in coffee before we eat it. The key is to blend a more fragrant oil into the dough, which will make me yawn, and improve its savory flavor. Oils and fats need to be kept to an absolute minimum, of course, so we'll need a variety that provides the greatest effect for the smallest amount. I have a basic idea, but oil will require your help. Oh my god, hang on, I gotta read that one out loud. Oil require your help with the advanced processes required to make it. So I have some oil. I actually have Blade Javal. We've done it, Lord. The aromatic temptation of our fourth batch has proven irresistible. Last stand patrons have started placing orders for us to bake more. And in a happy coincidence, the new oil also served to plump up our loaf, so it resembled a small, sumptuous cloud. I even measured the fat content just in case, and we're well within accepted parameters. We have achieved bakery perfection. Let's go over to the cafe and get the verdict. Okay. Listen, Bragon, listen. The perfect food... Mr. Dickon, don't leave us in suspense. This is unacceptable. Oh, hang on. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. I cannot have you baking bread that's more delicious than mine. You've outdone yourself this time. Full marks. Hang on. Do I not have... Unfortunately, having successfully succeeded, the evil one has returned. As soon as I find his song. Give me a second here. Where's the frickin' song? There it is. How disappointing to find you frittering away your hours like this, in here of all places. You set aside my assignment of digestive issues to pursue this trivial art of gourmet cooking? You realize we fixed the digestive issues, you freaking moron! Let me tell you why. The problem with penaloaf was never difficulty with digestion. It was the awful taste that was making people feel ill. Lest you believe our efforts in vain, then I ask you to try a sample of our fourth test batch. I think you'll find the flavor much improved. I have no interest in your mundane concerns over flavor. The very subject sickens me. What I will do is analyze the nutritional value of your much improved penaloaf. We will see if it even meets the criteria for proper meal substitute. I am evil and stupid. I must inform you. Your fourth test batch is a failure. It is sorely lacking in absorbic acid, a vital nutrient which any prospective meal replacement must contain. Deficient levels of absorbic acid lead to outbreaks of scurvy. It is an illness which often afflicts sailors. I know what scurvy is. Citrus fruits. I know what scurvy is. I've already added in this nutrient to my original penaloaf, and I'm preparing to make my submission to the forum. But the acid, how did you... Expect me to reveal my technique someone so blatantly disregarded my instructions? You're hereby relieved from your current duty. So be it. I will perfect our version of penaloaf without your assistance, and submit the recipe as a contender to your own. contest, then. And may the best bread win. However, in the event that your recipe fails to garner the forum's favor, I will see you disciplined for the misuse of research funding. Your punishment will be expulsion from the research facility. Nay, from the studium itself. Professor, if you're so intent on ruining my employee's future, I think I'm entitled to a question or two. From what she told me, the two of you are once classmates and good friends. So why do you hold so much hate for something that he held so dear? Da-da-da-da. Mevrin was an exceptional student, but he threw away his academic career for the love of a well-made meal. The cafe he built, the incessant taste testing, not more than excuses to indulge in course after course of gourmet food and drink, reckless pursuit of the passion which sent him to an early grave. Your fine dining is a curse. It muddled the mind of a brilliant young man, slew as him as surely as any slow-acting poison. Now, if you have nothing further to say, I must return to my research. Swift, sure, efficient. I had no idea Professor and Mevrin were ever acquainted, let alone classmates and friends. At least now I understand why my actions upset him so. But we cannot give him up. For the sake of the Sharlayan's bellies, you must help me win the forum's minds. Our crusade for culinary quality continues. Thank you, Lore. I shall figure out the issue with the absorbic acid, then we should start on Tisp. Why do you want citrus bread? I'm sorry, I know this is supposed to be a ration, but I want you to imagine trying to get citrus into bread that already has all the other garbage that this thing has in it. Just picture that for a second. Yeah, let's just grab a lemon. There you go. It'll be fine. I'm sure lemon will work perfectly for this monstrosity. Alright, what's the next step? Lemons, probably. The problem is citrus for fruit varieties grown in Labryinthos have distressingly low values of this key ingredient, so they're limes. They say it has something to do with how the false sun cannot entirely replace the effects of natural sunlight, blah, 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 blah. We must add 2 oranges. He lied about using produce. He's a cheat and a liar, and he's terrible. Nah. He probably used his own. He has artificial absorbic acid. Sure. Okay. Well, let's go to Thavnir to discover how to artificially synthesize absorbic acid. Oh, we're going to Thavnir. Let's go with... sick to my stomach, but nothing compared to the nausea I suffered after one bite of the professor's paneloaf. Come on, we must find Master Xyavos in the city proper. He's, of course, here. I mean, lemon muffins are great. But you gotta understand, this isn't just regular old bread. We're not making something that's gonna be good, you know? This is bad. And we're getting oranges specifically. So this will be orange mega nutrition bread. Like, have you ever had super dense bread? I forget what it's actually properly called, but it usually has like raisins and nuts and nuts and nuts, in addition to really dense, thick bread. Like, imagine that, and then you add orange to it, and it's just that thought is making me go, oh. You know? This is the fabled city of Rods at Han. Yeah, this is effectively hardtack, except, like, worse. Which is funny when you think about it. If you're allergic to nuts and oranges, then you have a way to commit suicide. Rainbow. What have you, Laura? Have you been here before? You can lead the way. I've studied. Yeah, there's also probably fish in it. I only say probably because they haven't said that definitively. We know fish is in Archon Loaf. We're not sure if fish is in Panaloaf. Oh, wow. We're actually having an honest-to-God quest here instead of just crafting stuff. I'm weirded out by that. I really am. Thank you, that's there. I can't wait to commit suicide in Elden Ring. Like, 50 times. Yeah, are you allergic to anything? Yes. Do not eat this, then. Yeah, I'll be like, alright, here's an encounter. Okay, I'm dead. Hang on. Surely I have a town song that's good for this place. Let's see here. That's... You know what? Fine, whatever. Now that is an impressive piece of alchemical apparatus. Otherwise, they could concoct almost any mixture they please in such a grand furnace. Ugh. Jalvas, never heard of the fellow. He may have worked here once, but I have no one of that name in this area. I suppose he's retired after all. Considering his age, there's no guarantee the man's even alive. Oh well. Are you allergic to water? Don't worry, it's super safe. Here, have some tea. I think so? Yeah, it looks like it. The Windia comment. They've spared no expense on this facility. When it comes to the field of alchemy, Rods at Han is moms ahead of everyone else. Even the learned professors of Sharlayan. Excuse me, looking for Jalvas? That would be my great-grandfather, but it's been quite some time since he last worked here. Your great-grandfather, he was a great man. He is! 400 summers young and still going strong. As a prominent scholar of nutrition and health, he's always practiced what he preaches. He's even spry enough to visit the tavern from time to time. Well, let's go to the tavern. I need some tavern music in a second here. Would you stop being sick? Ugh, ether travel did not agree with me. Deep breaths, deep breaths. I mean, normally I would say congratulations, Evo. But I feel that you wouldn't take that way. Glamentations, maybe? Oh my, authentic Hanish curries! Oh, don't talk to me about curry right now. As much as I would love to sample all the foods on offer, my gourmet research will have to wait. I'm sorry. So much alchemical equipment! Ah, even with all the time I've spent at the Faculty of Medicine, I've never even seen half these devices. Maybe I should spend some time studying in Thavnir. I mean, honestly, if you have the money, just go for it, Evo. Just keep going. My uncle, not by blood, did that for 12 years. He just kept going back for new degrees because that was his life. And his wife, my aunt, was extremely rich, so he could afford to keep doing that. Well, I shouldn't say extremely rich. Sorry, that paints the wrong picture. She was well off. She was comfortable. So that wasn't an issue. I don't see anyone who matched the portrait, which makes sense. I wonder what he... See, ironically, I'd rather get shot in the face than go back to college. But then again, I went to IT college, which is infamous for being absolutely terrible. I've actually never talked to someone who's been to IT colleges, or IT's courses, who actually enjoyed the experience. I know maybe 3 people who've actually gotten something out of their degrees, none of whom are friends of mine. So, thank you, sir. I feel much better. Never even heard of a bout of ethereal sickness lasting this long. Oh no, you're clearly suffering from a case of anemia. All the symptoms point to a lack of absorbic acid. Wait, hang on. We're on random. We'll go with... No, here we go. Perfect. Without that nutrient, your body has trouble absorbing iron, which in turn leads to thinning blood, and a disturbing pallor, and extreme fatigue. The medicine I gave you will remedy the immediate issues, but I strongly suggest you rethink your dietary habits. We wouldn't want your youthful promise stolen by a fatal case of scurvy, now would we? Now that I think of it, I've been eating nothing but Panaloaf samples since we started all this. It stands to reason that our yet-to-be-perfected meals would leave me low on absorbic acid. Valiak saved me. I almost made the same mistake as Mevrin, whatever. Your knowledge of the nutritional sciences is most impressive, Master. Oh, just Jalvaz these days. I'm retired, but I learned a thing or two about healthy eating and longevity over the years. So you are Jalvaz. I knew it! My name is Debroy. I study nutrition at the Studium. I've come seeking your wisdom and foremost of the expert in the field, and that is of you. Of you. It is you. It is you, of course! Oh my god. If you know a viable laboratory method for manufacturing absorbic acid, I humbly request you instruct me in the process. That's terrifying, Harian. You should link that in Discord. Wasn't that a coincidence? It wasn't long ago a professor from your studium asked me to approach the same dilemma. Yes, I know of a method. I was the one who discovered it. But the sweat of my brow comes at a price, Miss Debroy. And a very rich one at that. How rich? The professor paid out without so much as raising an eyebrow. But I'm afraid the cost of my services is beyond the means of the average student. Still, hardly seems fair to turn you away at the gate. Tell you what, make you a deal. I've always been a lover of curries. But when you've eaten as many as I had, you grow tired of the same Honish flavors. Then I heard that there's an Eorzean-style curry plate I'm desperate to try. Okay. Provide your palate properly tickled with Eorzean curry, which is, my job, of course. First, you caramelize the onions to bring out their sweetness. Add the bouillon. Dice your choice of meat and stew until tender. Skim the floaty bits from the water, of course, and then... Save it for the kitchen, Debroy. See, I actually don't like FF11's soundtrack except for 2 songs. I happen to have both of those songs handy, because that's how I collect music. I collect songs rather than soundtracks. By the way, anyone want to guess the other one I like? Actually, not 100% sure where it's going to be. That's not it. That's the wrong game. Sorry, I thought it'd be easier to quick look it up on on YouTube. No, Ross. Not at all. Oh, gosh. Oh, is this it? This is it. This is it. Really loud. Apparently named Realm of Emptiness, which is why I couldn't find it earlier. But yeah, FF14 literally has as much to do with FF11, or sorry, FF13, as it does FF11. It's not actually a joke. This is the cooking music right now. This is what's going on in our head while we cook. Oh god, I didn't set up my bar. I thought I did. Apparently not. Whatever, go over there. Yes, FF11 is very much a Bronze Era MMO. It has become more of a game over the years, but it is still very firmly a Bronze Era MMO. FF11 has de-leveling. Upon death. I really don't feel like I need to add anything other than that sentence. Hey! Anyways, yeah. Sorry. Ahem. We did it! Back to town. Go. Nah. How's the spice mixture? Here you go. Sure, Pillars of Snow, hit it. So this is what Eorzean curry looks like. Colors, the aroma, it's so different. Now for the all-important taste. Yeah, leveling in general was a pain at 11, and you could lose levels from dying. And it was slow. It had all the issues, really. I could go down the list. It has gotten to be a better game over the years. It really has. But good God, I played FF11 at launch. It's fantastic. The more you eat, the layers of flavor compound into a harmonious orchestra of deliciousness. They say you can taste the chef's intention in the meal, and your determination to impress me has infused every bite. I just realized it's Xehanort. Give him yellow eyes and he's frickin' Xehanort. Look at him! Of course I will. A meal that is worth much more than a man's weight in gold. Actually, I think his eyes are yellow. He's just squinting. Coconut milk is the key to absorbic acid? You know, whatever. I don't even know. Thank you so much. There is one more thing I would ask. What is your opinion on the biggest secret to health and long life? A well-balanced diet is important, but I believe you must enjoy what you eat. It always seemed to me that digestion is aided by how much one relishes a meal, and the better one's digestion, the more nutrients one's body absorbs. Exactly. I've often thought the same myself. You've been a great help to us, sir. We wish to have many more years of healthy things to come. Oh, I hate coconut. I despise coconut. That being said, I have, in my long years of cooking experimentation, found one bit of coconut that actually works well for me. It was soaking sliced almonds in coconut oil so that the almonds themselves had a bit of a coconut aftertaste to them before cooking them on top of some chicken. That worked out surprisingly well, but that is the only exception I've ever come into. But yeah, screw coconut. I don't know what bounty is, but screw coconut! There's a coconut candy bar here that I can't remember the name of. My mother loves it because she's a huge fan of coconut. So you're saying this is quadratum, Logue? Is it Mounds? Might be Almond Joy. Hang on. Oh, it's Almond Joy is what I'm thinking of specifically. Ugh. Look at that. Oh, God. The vomit is rising, even just looking at it. Thank you, Lore, for accompanying to be such a far-flung locale, and on such short notice. If I didn't know, I could have secured that alchemical process without your assistance. But we found it. Our next batch of Mervyn bread will be well and truly perfect. This time, for certain. You can tell, because we're in Troya. We have one more quest after this. I've been trying to make that absorbic acid. I've done exactly as instructed. Follows a step to the letter, but it all ends in failure. I simply lack the expertise. Please, make absorbic acid. Yeah, Bounty looks a lot like the one I just mentioned. Absorbic acid created from plain old coconut milk. I understand the idea in practice, but as you saw, the process is beyond my abilities. Thank you, Lore. Yeah, no prob. No prob, Bob. With your additive, I put a batch into the oven to bake. It should be ready any moment now. My favorite candy bar? Reese's styled Butterfingers, which isn't a candy bar, but it's as close as I got. That looks a lot like meal. In fact, that's the same model as meal. If Reese's Butterfingers don't count, I'd have to think about it. It looks familiar. I'll have a bite. Do I want to? Yeah, honestly, I'd take meal over Panaloaf. I really would. I'd take it over Archon Loaf. So how does it taste? Like streams of flavor blending into a single river of ambrosial delight. Let's see. Candy bars. See, I don't get candy bars. I get cheesecake or bakery stuff, so I'm not really a candy bar person in general. I'm gonna look at some flavors. I'll pick one from that. How's the texture? The natural law has been suspended to create this one moment of unparalleled puffy crusted bliss. And what do you think of the aroma? This says Reese's are candy bars, so I'm going to go with Reese's as my backup option. But after Reese's and after Reese's Butterfingers, I'd probably actually go with Paydays. And then Almond Snickers. And there you go. That's plenty of answers. The aroma is like a siren scent of savory temptation which no mortal stomach can resist. Exactly what I thought. All the disparate elements come together so well. Flavor, texture, aroma. Not to mention the perfect balance of ingredients. I have you to thank for this delectable achievement. Yes, I believe this current incarnation of Mervyn bread, has a good chance of swaying the form in our favor. You are attending the evaluation. Of course. Alright. It's time to attend the thing. In a minute here. There we go. That's it. Time to begin the evaluation process. We've worked so hard. Come to the rostra. Are you kidding, the Count? No, I didn't see that, obviously. Wow. That sounds awful. I have to try that now if I see it at the grocery store. We're determined. We're ready. We got this. I know I said I was confident, but the thought of actually standing before the forum has my stomach knots. Courage, Debroy. Courage. Esteemed colleagues, we have convened today to evaluate and select a suitable candidate for the proposed meal substitute. As previously discussed, this meal substitute would serve as emergency provision when our usual food sources are restricted or otherwise unreliable. To be considered viable, it must satisfy our stipulated conditions. It must be possible to prepare using only ingredients in Labryinthos. It must provide all nutrients required to sustain day-to-day survival. Our forum has two candidates. Paneloaf, submitted by Professor Galvaroche, who I'm sure you're all familiar, and Mevrin Bread, submitted by Mistress Debroy, student of the Faculty of Medicine. Members of the Council of Culinary Assurance will select one of these candidates following a thorough nutritional analysis and trial consumption of samples provided. There are only 6 people on the Culinary Council. Why does that not surprise me? So. This is it. Our analysis has determined both submissions meet the basic nutrition requirements to qualify as meal replacements. Okay. And they share the same nutritional value. The only consideration left to judge them is taste. Even being generous, it would be difficult to describe the flavor of Paneloaf as pleasing. Mervyn bread, on the other hand, is a culinary delight. On the grounds of this assessment, Mevrin bread is clearly the superior choice. I beg to differ. Yes, I admit the Paneloaf is a little off away in gastronomic enjoyment, but if you consider the matter from the viewpoint of efficiency, Mevrin's bread requires the addition of specific sweeteners and oils, not to mention a particular variety of yeast, an involved process which demands excessive time and exertion. The recipe for Paneloaf was designed with simplicity in mind, allowing one to manufacture the same food with but a fraction of the effort. What are you, a corporation? I implore you, reconsider your decision. After all, this is an emergency comestible we're discussing, not a gourmet menu item. You raise a valid argument. We have indeed overlooked the question of efficiency. Should a situation arise that necessitates the supply of emergency rations, ease of manufacture should be a primary concern. In that respect, Paneloaf holds a significant advantage. That just makes them tied. If I might offer an opinion. Eh? Dun dun dun. Master of Phlogister, to what do we owe the unexpected pleasure? Curiosity, mostly. I may be retired, but all this talk of the perfect meal piqued my interest. Wait, I know you. It's the guy from the... yeah. I actually thought it was the other guy too, Zetzler. I know your delicious Mevrin bread. Mervyn bread. It is an unfortunate fact that fine food is often regarded with contempt here in Sharlayan. Many see the pursuit of gourmet cuisine as a trivial distraction, an inefficient use of one's precious time. Yet when a tired researcher craves a refreshing cup of tea, is it a question of simple desire, or the body's ways of signaling a lack of a current nutrient? What are the comfort afforded by those inefficient textures and flavors? Surely we've all experienced the calm and reassurance provided by a hearty dish. The same principles can be observed with soothing familiarity of home-cooked favorites. Why, when my academic cogitations were frustrated by some intractable problem, it is for that very soothing effect I visited my beloved last stand. As such, I submit that taste plays a far greater role in our well-being than simple enjoyment. Imagine, if you will, a prolonged crisis. Now, tell me, which of these foods would you prefer to consume, day after day? Faced with the struggle to survive, which of these meals would be best to bolster your mental and emotional fortitude? Yeah, this is actually real. This is almost silly how stupid this is, Zed Slayer. To be perfectly honest, the thought of eating panel more than a single day brings me to the edge of panic. Hardly a state one wishes to be in when dealing with a crisis. Yeah, this is literally basic psychology. Even when taking into account the additional effort required in its preparation, a satisfying meal is more likely to contribute to a rational frame of mind, which in the long term is a more efficient benefit. You're dumb and you're stupid. Now that all interested parties have made their arguments, the time has come to put the matter to a vote. The results speak for themselves. Panaloaf, 1 vote for. Mervyn Bread, 5 votes. Congratulations! It's Woods, that's like. Your submission has been accepted as Sharlayan's official emergency meal replacement. Just the thingy of goodness. Yay! Hang on, sorry. Oh, wrong song. Professor, your research is still very much a part of... Yeah, who wanted the sawdust spread? Seriously. Well, that was a near thing, at least until our last stand supporter chimed in. I don't know if he was a member of the forum. I'd say we can safely call this the end of the matter, though there's one last thing I want to ask of you. Despite his rigid way of thinking, he's not a bad person. Yes, he is. I'll get my apron, which I think I'm technically wearing. I knew you wouldn't refuse. So we're gonna have to rate this pretty soon. What are our thoughts so far? What are our thoughts on the quest with... Sorry. Get a hold of yourself. Now, as for the professor's meal, let's make him fish cakes, one of our local specialties. According to Master Dickon, Mevrin and Galvaroche used to eat them all the time in their student years. You add white fish and onion, grind to a paste, add milk and pepper, knead well, sprinkled of flour, and... Oh, right, you need the charge. Alright, so, make the fish paste. Okay. How dare this quest make me hungry. Here, I have the perfect making me hungry music. Oh, right. That... really? Doesn't everyone have a portable stove? We made it! God, barely. There you go, have some fish. Whoop. Have some cakes. Why did you send for me? To taunt me with your victory in the place which I care for the least? Of course not, sir. We only wish you to offer this meal as a gesture of goodwill. Please eat and enjoy. That was good. This is the wrong song, actually. Sorry. Hang on. I figured we were going a different direction with the story. I was wrong. Hang on. They may be simple dishes, but Sharlayan has its own local specialties. The art of the quality cuisine was never wholly absent from our culture, despite what people might think. I would never argue the importance of nutrition, but I believe what Master Java says is true. Enjoyment of a meal tends to encourage digestion, and thus a more efficient intake of nutrients. When I first proposed the recipe for Archon loaf, I did so with him in mind. He was always so focused on his research, he neglected his dietary needs, and I thought to devise a convenient yet nutritious source of sustenance. It was taken from me before I had a chance to complete it. I was grief-stricken, angry at the loss of my friend, and his gourmet lifestyle became the target of my rage. I'm a moron. Yep, you're an idiot. I don't even want to hear you talk anymore. Go away. My friend died because of old age. Therefore, I hate flavor! I do have one complaint about these fish cakes. There's too few of them! Wah, wah. Death to food. And to the living, which would not logically happen if you got rid of food. I do believe that's the first time I've seen him smile. I'm glad our fish cake special had the desired effect. My work at the studio in the last 10 has only begun. I have an entire studio convinced of the benefits of fine dining. Fortunately, it seems the professor is on our side. Yet you have links and chunks of ham back there. We've been making bread. Now he's beginning study on more efficient preparations of food. I want to shoot him in the back of the head. Or shove his face into that grill. One of the two. Whatever. We did it! It would be pretty high, Mad Overlord. Ugh. Oh my god, Pillars of Snow. No! No. Alright, let's do the finish-up quest. So we have one last Studium quest to do here. Lore. Just who I was looking for. I wanted to thank you. Their work has become the talk of the studio. You've made a real difference. Actually, while you're here, there's a pressing matter I want to discuss. Having heard of your glowing accounts, another official to the studio has come requesting an audience. Could you spare some time to speak with him? Wonderful. To the meat. Queen Zeal herself is here to talk to us. She apparently is really impressed by our matchmaking skills. We should arrive any moment. Let's take a seat. apologies for keeping you waiting. Before we proceed, I wish to extend my sincerest thanks on behalf of the studio for all you've done for our faculty and our students. By the sounds of it, they've made remarkable findings, one and all. That's why I would hold an assembly. We could discuss the overarching impact of their research. Such gatherings are how academia evolves and advances. They share knowledge of their works, be they successes or failures, that they might strive to improve. Precisely. Knowledge begets knowledge. Amassing and combining findings from a host of fields often leads to creation of entirely new disciplines. One of the very reasons for which the studium was founded. Which brings me to the reason I was asked here. Might I prevail upon you to speak with the faculty and invite them to this meeting? Yeah, sure. Excellent. You have my thanks. Is he the evil one? Is that how this is working out? Well, that's that. Go talk to your people. Okay. Yeah, you and your husband need to come to this. Oh, yeah, sure. Come to think of it, we've yet to share news of our union either. My goodness. Yes. I've come for a souvenir. By which I mean, let's go. Yes, Flag End. We saved the universe for that couple. What's funny is that applies to all of these quests, which makes it even stupider if you think about it for a second. Like, we couldn't finish repairing a device until we saved the world, the universe. We couldn't finish making bread until we saved the universe. What? Sorry, no meals for me. Yeah, I couldn't get the 8th gym badge until I saved the world. I couldn't discover the astral ether star until I saved the world. Like, what? Anyway, sorry. Thank you, Ross, very much for the sub. I do always appreciate. And let's see. I'm going to decide what to put that towards. Let's see. Breath of Fire. Well, better than Breath of Fire 1, I suppose. Or is it? Dun dun dun. I mean, that's true, Camper. I actually agree with that, Ross. What I'm curious about is if 1 would review better than 3. Ugh. Very good. We've all worked so hard, it's heartening to see their efforts rewarded. To the assembly, which is in Labryinthos for some reason. Oh yeah, you'll be treated to a meal. Sure. So would I be opposed to the recreation of an international organization like the original Convocation of 14 that oversaw the function of the world regardless of politics? I assume you mean in FF14, in which case... I mean, that's kind of what the Scions have been for quite a while. The only difference was the Scions weren't universally ratified. And we just broke up. The band just broke up, Mad Overlord. We can't make another one. Yeah, there's also the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance, which are effectively allies. Hope you don't mind. I've ordered for the both of us. The meal was meant to be for you alone, but the scholar will forgive me for partaking in his generosity. The meal is tea! It's true, my sister had the diet of a savage. Rock-hard bread and wildflowers day in and day out. Forgive the interruption. Have we met? I swear you're the spitting image of one of those intrepid visitors that visited the moon. I knew it! My name's Searching Way, seeker of knowledge and all things curious. A Labryinthos, oh, you're the most adorable creature. I can't help but notice how fuzzly your ears are. May I? Again with the ears. What is with you people? Fine, you may rub my ears, but I insist on something in exchange. Well, some of our finest academics will soon be gathering at Aporia. I've no doubt they have curious and otherwise intriguing things to talk about. And what's the reason for this meeting of the minds? To share their research, obviously. Maybe further explanations in order. Explain. The greatest minds of Aetheris come together to share hitherto unknown knowledge? That does sound intriguing. And you'll allow me to observe? Well, we need permission first. What are we waiting for? Let's go find Scholar Monty Chu. His words, not mine. Also, you need to still allow the ear rubbing. That was part of the deal there. And what she just said, word for word, was, well, I better go and... Hold on a moment. I never got to rub his ears. It really should be a silly idea. We say it more often than not. Like, obviously, I kind of started that thing, but we actually do have several explain moments in this game. What's funny is the Labryinthos have an ear-rubbing animation where they grab their own ears and, like, pat them down a little bit. I've only seen it, like, twice, but it is an animation that exists. Is this Breath of Fire 3 again? Oh my god! I swear it's on random. Right now, I'll do my very best to convince this Monty Chain fellow to allow my attendance. Town. We're on the town playlist right now. Ah, key and lore. What do you wish to discuss? Searching Way here is keen to attend the forthcoming meeting you've arranged with the faculty and the students. I come to Aetheris in search of curious and the wondrous, and this place is both in equal measure. What's more, it smells of... knowledge. I should certainly hope so. Sharlayan is known as a great seat of knowledge, and the studium is the foremost of its many academies. It's our honor and privilege and blah 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 blah. May I please attend? Of course! Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Okay, we finished the main story quest yesterday, silly idea. We are firmly inside story territory. Hence the stream title. You know, I suppose I could turn on the in-game music for this. Or I can't, because that's still bugged. Apparently come to the right place. Back to the funky music. A little bit silly idea. Yes and no is the answer. Now, we haven't done 6.1 yet, nor do we plan to, until we get to late, when we're done with all the side quests. But after finishing this quest we're on right now, all we have left is side quests, and then 6.1 MSQ. Get your meal here. Get your meal. Oh, they're still in their wedding gowns. It feels appropriate. I trust the proceedings were to your liking. Oh, it was magnificent. There's so much we Labryinthos have yet to see of Atheris. So much to learn. Earlier you mentioned how they create new disciplines by sharing. Does this mean you have these people working together in the future? Probably a silly idea. I do indeed. That's precisely why I suggested this meeting of the minds in the first place. The exchange of knowledge and ideas will invariably lead to ever greater discoveries. But how do you combine the fields? That seems entirely unrelated to me. Any thoughts? So we could have a new use for Labryinthos. We could explore space. We could explore the unknowns of the universe. Let's go with space. Space. Certainly a possibility. Perhaps it's time we turn our gaze heavensward. Heavensward. Well said, Scholark. Still in their wedding outfit. I guess that makes sense. We too have been giving thought to what our combined efforts might accomplish. It occurred to me that by applying the professor's research on etheric currents and the data obtained via my star lens, it may be possible to discover other stars capable of supporting life. And we needn't stop there. Thanks to the work done in Labryinthos, we could travel to other stars. I mean, I could go to other star right now. With sufficient stores of Mevrin bread, we could surely weather the journey, however long it may be. No comment. A marvelous idea. The Golden Giotto should prove useful should we require the translation of foreign languages we may encounter along the stars. And, if we can communicate with those we encounter, we should be able to share our culture with them. You can leave that part to Professor Tankin and me. With you all working together, your chances of encountering heretofore undiscovered intelligent life are better than good. Especially since they're all dead. Don't worry. Give it a few millennia. They'll probably spawn new species. It's fine, Evo. I'd tell them about what Medion was searching for, aka hope. And so the Lore Empire has its beginnings. And we will crush everyone in our path! Wait, I've got an idea. Let's make a robot called the Peacekeeper. Medion was sent out to explore the stars and search for the meaning of life, but her fruitless quest led her to the depths of despair because her creator was a moron without oversight. But you could do things differently. You could go out and spread the word that hope lives on. Because we're not a moron, and we do have oversight. A most admirable endeavor. Who better to see it through it? After all, not even the final days could extinguish the flame of life on this planet. Oh, this is a weird song to play. Sorry, I didn't mean to play that one. Sorry. We did it! We completed the crafting quests. And soon we will conquer the galaxy. That was brilliant, but it's over. Wait, where's Searching Way? I need to rub those adorable little ears of his. Why didn't you... Whatever. Okay. Let's dump all this crap right back on the auction house. What was that? That was just... Okay, whatever. Don't care, don't care. I have a bunch of stuff for effectively free. I mean, we haven't encountered Pudding Way yet. And I can't talk to Pudding Way because Giga Pudding isn't here, so we're going to put off the Pudding Way quest for now. But soon, there will be Pudding Way. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There'll be no avoiding the Pudding Way. Yeah, just treat the Lothbrits like Pokemon without the fighting each other. Although maybe even with the fighting each other. That might work out. Let's see. I need my theme. There we go. Oh yeah, if they want to battle. I mean, there's got to be, like, Colosseum Way. Fighting Way. Capsule Way. Gladiator Way. Glad-away, maybe, I don't know. I mean, pudding's pretty easy to make, in my opinion. But then again, it's also kind of my default, no-effort dessert. I actually have the materials to make fresh pudding right now. Okay, so Giga Pudding isn't here, so I can't do these quests. So instead, we'll go do the quests I am least looking forward to. And the whole reason we still have non-game music playing. Labryinthos, because screw this zone and its stupid music. Sure, yep. Checking something. I can picture that, Reggie. Okay. Is this BOF 3? It is BOF 3. Holy crap. I mean, it's the overworld playlist now, so... I mean, maybe not FML. Who knows? Never know. I'm trying to remember where the whatchafigs are. Of course, they're not labeled because screw me. Why would you label a regional quest? That's insanity. You know, that's a good point. Let's do death metal instead of this. Hang on. Make sure to turn this down a little bit. Alright, let's do it. Okay. What are you giving me? You, FF6 is overworld. Easy answer, Ross. There's a lot of good overworlds over the years. Oh no! I can't play without music. Or more accurately, I can't play without some kind of audio. I mean, I could be watching like a video or a podcast, but I don't think that would really work out for you guys, So the answer is no. Cannot. It would drive me bonkers. And then I would go insane, give into the dark side, conquer the planet, kill everyone. And I don't think anybody wants all that to happen. So overworld songs. I actually have a lot of overworld songs. So we've got, let's see here. Classic, not very good. Classic, not very good. Classic, decent. Better. Probably one of the best Breath of Fire overworlds specifically. Higher quality version that came with the soundtrack. Very good song. Probably can't even hear it. That's okay. Wonderful song. So what you're saying, Evo, is you want me to kill everyone. Would that make me Medion? Hi, Valerian. Apparently I'm Medion. Sorry. You ever see the third X-Men film? A terrible film, but had one very good scene in it. With the kid using a knife to cut his wings off. God, oh. It's the only good scene in that entire film. Yeah, it wasn't even a knife. It wasn't even a proper way to cut it. It was just, oh, God, oh. I kept thinking of, there was blood everywhere, too. I kept thinking of how much that would have hurt to do. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, he was sobbing. Jesus, that was a dark scene. And then the rest of the film sucked. So that was nice. Yeah, of course, Evo. I don't, have problems with heights. Why do you? And I don't have problems with being eaten alive. Why didn't you? That's such a dumb argument. It's a Namazu. Yeah, there's a Namazu in the pot. It's just a spider. Why does it... It doesn't bother me. Why does it bother you? It's just a black hole? They say that to this very day, he is still mocking people for not being afraid of the black hole, as he is stretched out to infinity. I mean, you know my favorite Chrono Trigger overworld, because it's, like, everyone's favorite Chrono Trigger overworld. Oh yeah, that's a chain. Okay, so that's a chain right there. I remember that one, because we just did that. I will say this. I've said many times that WoW was my home for, God, over a decade and a half. But of the older games, this song specifically, and 600 AD specifically, is what I tend to think of when I think of home. I can picture the stew boiling over a fire, and pots and pans, and I can picture bundles of apples and oranges in the background. People just sitting and chatting in the bar, wondering how the war is going. Beautifully translated in the DS version, no less. You're welcome. Why, Valerian? I brought FF6 and Mega Man 7 to Hawaii once. And took care of my cousins. With video games. And got paid for it. I think I've told that story before. Didn't do it for the money, I was just hanging out. Okay, that's gross. That guy was like, how will it taste? Isn't even edible. I remember another side quest having to do with someone who was just trying to cook everything they could and seeing what the results were. That guy died from food poisoning. So. And meanwhile, this woman is trying to make candy out of larvae. Not making that up. But I bet you can guess my favorite overworld song from Chrono Trigger, even though this song has tremendous nostalgic value for me. This is effectively where where Chrono Trigger starts. Everything before this is tutorial land and build-up land. But no, this song is my favorite overworld in Chrono Trigger. The name of this quest is, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's true! It's not actually a meme, it has to do with how human beings vent heat, thanks to steam and all that. Not steam, sorry, sweat, not steam. Steam's involved. Fastest way to level culinary when you're poor? Levies. Straight up levies. The Fiend Lord, yeah. Although I do still like to call them the Mystic Trio, and I still do that out of habit. Well, if you can't get the materials for turning them in, I'm afraid you're completely screwed, Zedslayer. So what you need to do is you go to Valerian and say, Valerian, please give me the money to buy stuff to raise Culinarian. And Valerian will say, okay, but I'm going to need your soul. Then you give him your soul, and then you're cool. Now, I will also say, a much better idea would be to hit up the Foundation in Ishgard. It is literally designed for leveling, but you're still going to need money, and that's still going to require hitting the auction house. So, that's my advice. Now, I didn't start doing that till 50. I levied up to 50. So I'm not sure how it is below 50. Cannot speak from experience. Four phases. Jeez Louise. Yeah, getting to 80 off of the Ishgardian Restoration was a bit of a pain, but I did it. I frickety did it. Then I got to 90 off of the backs of my allies and comrades, whatever words you want to use there. My friends were my power. Do you recognize it, Ross? Does anyone recognize this one? If you do, I will put $1 towards a game of your choice. You have about 2 minutes to guess. Damn, said Slayer. What do you want to put that towards? Hang on, which version of DuckTales? For there are 3. But I got you on this. She thought she could beat me by actually recognizing a song. Yeah, it's the remastered. It should be obvious. It doesn't sound anything like 8-bit. It doesn't sound like the rejiggered version, so it has to be the remaster. These are much faster than Sidequests usually are, which I appreciate. They're still kind of nothing burgers, which I don't appreciate. But, you know. Hang on. I'm actually looking it up to verify if I'm right or wrong here, said Slayer. Because I swore there was another version here. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. Okay, never mind. So never mind. There are 2 versions of this song that I know of. I'm not actually sure if the 3rd version has this in it. It's the thing from the Disney Afternoon collection. Now pick a game, Zetzler. Or else. I was wondering when your computer was going to get there, Valerian. The Metroid block. I don't think the Metroid block's even half full. Let's check. Really fast. Let's go to the website. There we go. Metroid block. Metroid block. Yeah, no, the Metroid block isn't even a quarter full. except for this one thing. Oh, that's a shame, Pillars of Snow. I was hoping for a joke. Alas. I mean, aren't games just better when you can effortlessly curb stomp everything in your path? I think I've mentioned this before, Zetzler, but my friend Gary hates to play the guess music game for me, because usually I can guess a song within 2 seconds. Sometimes quicker. I mean, that's why Crystal Tower is the best raid. Because it's so much quicker and easier to smash through than all the others. Okay, I guess we're going this way now. That's all I'm saying, Reggie. Is I hate everything. Meanwhile, it looks like Resident Arc is hitting up FF10 now. Interesting. Quick, what's this game from, Zetzler? The one that's been playing the last couple of minutes. Damn it. Okay, too easy. How about this one? Yeah, sorry, that was a joke. I'm pretty sure 100% of the people present could recognize FF4's music. It's okay, I'm sure the next one will confound and befuse you. Especially since it's going in order, I turned off shuffle. So you'll never guess what the next one is. Nah, 4, 5, and 6 all have very distinct sound fonts. From each other, I mean. I mean, in general, but also from each other. You'll never guess this one. No, this is 5. Gilgamesh's Revenge. I've played that game. The Return of Greg. Junk so far, whatever. I suppose I should be doing this on a class that needs experience, but honestly, I just don't care. The only reason I'm even doing the side quest at this point is to do my due diligence. Because every now and again there's a decent quest in these. It is not often, but it has happened. Quick, someone pick right or left. I want to see which one it is, because I picked right. Is it right? Am I getting attacked before I can do the thing? Because screw me. Wait, which direction's larboard? Ugh! Was it left or right? Nope, was not right. Dang, go away. Nobody cares about you. I know you're insane, Valerian. But now I think I have to kill you before you infect the others. Yeah, no, you're nuts. So, hang on. Let's see. We need to kill Valerian here. Let's see. Actually, funny thing. Literally last night, we were doing a giant boss fight. We're driving underneath a huge tank in Borderlands 3. And I'm like, go to the port side. He didn't. Now, in fairness, that's just because he doesn't know his directions at all. But the whole thing amused me a bit. So far, it's pretty boring, Mr. Red. I welcome the WoW questions. Bring forth the WoW questions, Mr. Red. Right now we're talking about how Larbert is really stupid. How would WoW do Larbert? Back of Deathwing fight. I forget what the official name of that fight is. Oh yeah, that fight sucks. That's the funny thing. Dragon Soul, let's see. Checking. Yep, nope, Spine of Deathwing. God, screw that fight so hard. What's funny is it's hard to explain why that fight sucks. Like, fundamentally, it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. But everyone who's ever done it is all like, oh god, screw that stupid fight. Giga Pudding, you're back! I knew it! I knew you wouldn't forsake me. The raid I have farmed the most in WoW is Ulduar. I still haven't gotten them out, by the way. I never did. It's okay, Giga Pudding, I understand. Best character list? Okay. Well, obviously, I think we can all agree on the best character is Discord. Duh. Like, that's such a non-issue that I feel like it's not even in debate. However, if we were to bypass Discord... Let me read here for a second. You... Sure. As much as I really hate to say this, I am going to default to Starlight Glimmer. She has a major misstep, which you and I have discussed many times, Ross. And it is a misstep, and it does actively hurt her story arc. So, definite negative to story there, right? But, if you just kind of eject that, the rest of her arc is actually quite smooth. It takes her well over a season, more like a season and a half, to actually start getting through the issues and problems she has as a consequence of everything she's done and everything she's been through. And then she gets her connection with several other characters, and she, frankly, has better chemistry with several of the other side characters than the main characters do. Her and Maud work better than Maud and Pinky, for example. Just to name one usage thereof. Have some cheese. So, Discord, then Starlight. After that... that's actually a little bit tough, but I think I will default to Rarity, of all people. Now, Rarity has some issues, but she is consistently good. Like, she has a higher percentage of being in good episodes than not. And Tabitha St. Germain is a national treasure. So, the end, you know? Yeah, exactly. Rarity was my favorite before Starlight, and Starlight pushed her way above that, so Rarity being next makes perfect sense. There you go. Have some mud. Really? So this woman is researching, as a brand new thing, which has never been done before, fertilizer. Now, I'd like to think that that's just her or Sharlayan, which doesn't know what fertilizer is, because I'd like to think that the world of FF14 knows what fertilizer is. You know? I wouldn't put Twilight in a top 3. Frankly, I probably wouldn't put Twilight in a top 5. Twilight has a weird problem in that she's too generic most of the time because she's got main character syndrome a little bit. You know, she's just kind of there in many, many other scenes. So she's not really... Like, they don't do much with her as a character because she's usually there to be a vehicle for other characters. And she usually learns the lesson, which also doesn't help. So, you know. Now, that being stated, I will say that Twilight, when she is allowed to actually move and breathe as a character, is fantastic. Probably helped by the fact that she has a very well-learned, very good voice actress. So, whenever they actually do something with her, she's amazing. The problem is, they don't do something with her as often as they probably should. I would actually say that in the entire first season, there's only one good Twilight episode of the, 9 that are there. That would be specifically the one where she has to pick the tickets. It's the second episode. She has to pick who gets the tickets for the Grand Galloping Gala. No points if you guess what game this is from. Chrono Cross. Oh my god, you got it. Okay. Yeah, Pinkie Pie... I tend to remember Pinkie Pie negatively, mostly because when she's irritating, when she's badly written, let's just call it out, she sucks. But when Pinkie Pie is well written, she is awesome, and they really do some great stuff for her and with her. Favorite quest, individual quest. Hang on. I'll get you the exact quest name, and you won't know which one I'm talking about. But screw you. You asked for one quest. One quest, you shall remain. You shall receive. The quest name is The Fall of Shanbu. Oh, nope, that's the chain. That's a chain. I remember. Now, if you can guess why that's my favorite quest in Pandaria before I tell you, and without looking it up, I will be impressed. I'll even put $1 towards something. But you can't look it up, because that's cheating. And you already did it, so it still doesn't count. Death to Mr. Red, and to the living. Oh no, this is great downtime. I gotta be 100% honest, I honestly thought about doing some of these side quests completely off camera. I'm actually debating not doing these at all, even though that is my job. It is not in the Town Long Steps. If I tell you which zone it is, you'll probably figure it out immediately. What do I think of a dungeon that does not have a boss, but plays like a co-op game? I mean, a dungeon doesn't have to have a boss, so first of all, that's awesome. And any game that is co-op is improved. I mean, I've been enjoying Borderlands 3, and Borderlands 3, let's be clear, is a bad game. But I've been enjoying it because I'm playing it co-op. The classy. But no. Well, I do like to do my due diligence, Valerian, and we're kind of winding down for the night anyways, but what I might do is keep doing some of these off camera. So, you notice I'm deliberately leaving some. That one right there, that's a chain quest, and I'm leaving that. And that's a chain quest, I'm leaving that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the rest, but hopefully I'll identify them as I go. That is actually a good quest, Kikapudding, but that's not my pick. My pick? I'll explain to you what my pick is. Hopefully the dialogue is here. Yep, here it is. Here it is. Once I tell you this quote, you will know why this is my favorite quest in WoW. Enough! There will be no more bloodshed today. I see now why your alliance and horde cannot stop fighting. Every reprisal is itself an act of aggression, and every act of aggression triggers immediate reprisal. I have undermined every attempt at peace. I must protect our people. Silence! You must break the cycle. It ends today. Here. The cycle ends when you, Regent Lord, and you, Lady Proudmoore, turn one from another and walk away. You know, it's funny. Do me a favor and mentally eject BFA from existence. Once you've done that, that was the end of the Horde Alliance aggression right there in that one quest. I'm not joking. After that, they started cooperating. The two sides, it was very tenuous, but the Vol'jin revolution started getting ground, and the Alliance started assisting that revolution. There were quests to support this on both sides. And yeah, the only thing that was a Alliance versus Horde was Greymane trying to slaughter the Forsaken and Legion. And that was very clearly an independent action on behalf of him and his supporters. I mean, that wasn't Alliance versus Horde, to put that as absolutely bluntly as I possibly can. By any definition, that was one rogue element attacking, frankly, another rogue element. And there was nothing in Warlords. Yeah, that was Gen being a moron. Understandable. You know, she did kill his son. It's kind of hard to overcome such things. I'm not trying to sound deleterious towards his plight, but that was Gen being a moron. Some of you may or may not even remember that the only reason he pulled that off was the Admiral, who was who was backing him. Oh, what's her stupid name? She was a survivor of South Shore, who has a line of dialogue about how we need to kill every horde in order to make the planet a better place. Like, that's not the Alliance, I'm sorry. That is Greymane and his insane supporters. That's a good question, Trihexi. I'm not sure. Yeah, I know, right, Siledia? There's just Labryinthos. It's just cool. Damn it, Medion. Get out of here. Oh, no, I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. There's a lot of stupid people who play Warcraft. That is to say, wow. You know what's actually funny to me, though? Well, there are many stupid people who play WoW on both sides. I never... Oh, I don't want to say never. Hang on. What? Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. I very rarely hear from stupid Horde players who think we should just wipe the Alliance out. And yet, I hear all the time from stupid Alliance players who think we should wipe the Horde out. And you might think, well, that's strange, but no, actually, if you think about it for a minute, it makes perfect sense that the kind of players who would think that way would be more on the Alliance side than the Horde. But anyways. Listen, I wasn't... you said things, not me, Giga Pudding. I ain't here. I don't know what you're talking about. We're all cool here. Everything's cool. Yeah, I've heard the same thing, Bragwin. There was this one dude who was, Why are you getting seed... What are seedkins, and why do they have faces? They look like kiwis with weird things. Anyways, it's kiwi Pikmin is what that is. It's weird. What was I talking about? Right. Loke says, why do I think Gen Greymane was being stupid? Alright, so there's this person. You are allied with them militarily, and they're helping you against an existential threat. So let's use FF14 terms. Bahamut has suddenly started attacking the field. Now, if you are Gen Greymane, you immediately turn around and start trying to kill the Garleans, to use the continued example. And you use this time while Bahamut is actively trying to destroy the planet and causing the calamity to try and kill the Garleans. That's why I call him stupid. This guy's got some health. Alright, we'll go and pull up some big buttons. Jesus, this thing is still alive. This is bad. Hang on, I'll start hitting some cooldowns. What the crap was that nonsense? Jesus. I actually have gear on, too. What quest is this? This one. Okay. Nope. This one? Nope. There we go. Oh, I swapped it out a bit ago, and I forgot to actually swap it back. He kind of is Giga Pudding, except Gen hasn't had the good sense to commit suicide yet. Cool, by the way, Valerian. Sorry, I didn't want you to think I was ignoring your statement. I was really distracted by that fight that nearly killed me. At level 90 with decent gear. What the crap? Just beat the snot out of me. Maybe I should be doing this as a gunbreaker. I think it's actually worse geared. Oh, hang on, let's look. 554. Yep, nope, 580. My gunbreaker has worse gear. Maybe Giga Pudding? Listen, I'm paying all the attention to the game and these extremely boring side quests, so I definitely would have noticed if there was something that was there. You can be assured of that. Although, since you're here, Giga Pudding, I just realized something. Hang on. Okay. Alright. Be here for like another 20 minutes, Giga Pudding. Don't leave. I need to smash through these quests really quick. Okay. No, just don't leave, Giga Pudding. Don't leave. You weren't here earlier, so I had to do things in a different order. Yeah, Mudbriar was the jailer of MLP. He actively made other characters worse by his inclusion. And I mean that. Pinky was not good around him, and Maud was actively bad around him. He did get better in his second appearance. I said that then, and I meant it. But better does not mean good. In this specific case, it means better. Alright, Giga Pudding. I'm hungry! It's all because of that dungeon earlier. No, it's something much simpler than that, Mr. Red. And unfortunately, it is what I would call a negative to story. So, Mr. Red mentioned something. I might as well talk about this, because whatever. Mr. Red mentions how the game slants itself towards the Alliance. And it kind of does. The problem is, Warcraft, WoW specifically, excuse me, has a problem. It's much more a problem in recent years. It didn't used to be an issue. Going back through the Lorecraft series really reminded me how much they used to not have this problem. And what's the problem, you ask? I have a term for it. I call it consequence storytelling. Consequence storytelling is when the storytelling makes sense. When it lines up and acknowledges events that have happened, and there are consequences for actions, consequences for things happening in certain ways. 14, the game we're playing right now, is actually quite good at consequence storytelling. There are many occasions and many examples of when things happen, and then there is a consequence for that which is acknowledged later. WoW, by contrast, nowadays tends to have something happen, and then forget about it 2 scenes from then. I could call it Star Trek syndrome if you prefer, but you get the idea. Is this still FF7? Oh, no it isn't. That's why. Yeah, exactly. WoW tends to focus on the current patch. Now, there are exceptions to that, and there have been several expansions, 3 in fact, which have done very good consequence storytelling. Cataclysm, Pandaria, and Legion. All three of those would have events happen which would have impact, and would be acknowledged, and then would be followed through on later. But even that wasn't all the way across the board, and those are the only real 3 expansions that did that. And then all those writers left. Yeah, exactly. And BFA, I hate to keep bashing BFA, but BFA really leaned heavily into consequences not mattering. BFA had scenes with individuals, and then would completely ignore the events of those scenes in later interactions with those people, because we need to have our narrative beats. Put this into MLP terms. There's an episode which I consider to be a lamentation in MLP. Now, let me explain why. There's actually a lot of reasons why, because it takes a lot to be a lamentation, but here's the core reason that's relevant to our discussion. There's this dude. This dude sucks. He sucks so badly, he is so rude, so crude, so aggravating, as to be considered actually sociopathic. This is the kind of person I would slug in the face if I'd met them in real life. That's not a joke. And they go so overboard with establishing that he's bad. Yeah, Fluttershy's brother is who I'm talking about. They go so overboard to establish how terrible of a person that this jackass is. And then, when the episode moves on, they don't acknowledge it. They don't address it. There's no consequence for the fact that he was an asshole. This is exactly what BFA did. It would go too far into too many extremes to establish a character as good, bad, or whatever. And then, when they needed that character to change their minds and switch sides, all would be forgiven and they'd just move on almost immediately. As if those previous scenes never even happened. I mean, it probably says something that the burning of Teldrassil never mattered in BFA. That didn't come up until Shadowlands. Think about that for a second. Hello? Oh, right, I need to use an item. Item. So, sorry for roaming into this. Roaming. Shut up, Giga Pudding. But, I wanted to address and acknowledge what Mr. Red was talking about, because that's really the issue, in its core and most distilled form. We need to have this person be disliked. Rawr, eat puppies. Okay, now we need to have this person be liked. Everything is forgiven immediately and without question. Like, there's no impact. There's no relevance. There's no substance. And that is especially irritating to me because A, it's called World of Warcraft for a reason, but B, and again, I already said this, they used to be decent at that. They used to have consequence storytelling. We save Morladim by virtue of finding his one surviving daughter and reconnecting her with him so that his spirit can know peace and he could stop roaming as a wandering damned ghost. And when that town, this is funny because this is actually a retcon, but when that town turned to demon cult worship, guess who was the one person in that town who didn't give in to that? Because of the fact that we helped her with that whole quest chain. And there are other examples, but, like, you get my point. I apparently needed to not kill that thing. Why are all these quests about not killing things? All retcons are bad. Listen, Pillars of Snow, listen. There's never been floating islands in Warcraft before. God, I would have to sit and think about how many floating islands there are in Warcraft at this point. Because there's more than one. Hang on, I need to see what Silly Idea is talking about. I need to... There we go. Okay. Right, so the reason I say that WoW tends to lean towards Alliance favoring is not because of the fact that it's necessarily... I'm saying this so wrong. Let me try to explain this one more time. The reason it tends to lead towards Alliance favor is because Alliance are the good guys, and they're supposed to be the good guys, and therefore they can do something, and there's no consequences for what they do, right? Let me go back to Gen Greymane for a second. Let me line this up on the off chance you don't know the specifics of this scenario. You are being invaded by a galactic-level threat, okay? This threat has careened across the stars, wiping out planets on an interstellar scale. They are a roaming army, a well-oiled machine, which is very good at what they do. They're here to kill you and all of yours. They don't care about your politics. They don't care about your position. And they don't care about anything. They're here to kill you. That's their job. The Burning Legion. Literally an organization built and structured in order to do this. It's actually wonderfully horrific if you think about it, because they are for something called the Burning Legion that's consistent of demons, it is very organized and brutally efficient. Now, while they're invading, when we're in the midst of their... It's their initial invasion, but while we're in the midst of their initial invasion, there's this joint operation that happens, okay? Yeah, they literally use soul engines to By the way, what's a soul engine? It's worse than whatever you're thinking about. So, they're invading, okay? Cool. Now, much more unified than the D&D Devils. They're invading, and you have done a joint operation with the other side, okay? We'll use the Gridanians and the Alamegans because that's a great comparison. So, the Gridanians and the Alamegans have had a joint operation to deal with these jackasses. Cool. In the midst of that operation, it was all a trap, lore shock. So that trap leads to some unpleasantness and the death of your friend, okay? So you decide to blame the other side for the trap that the demons left for you because you're a moron. Okay. It's because you're still, you think with your heart and not with your brain. That's the real reason, okay? So, you decide on your own authority without connecting to anyone else, that you as the leader of, not even the leader of Gridania, you're this dude at Gridania, and you decide to go grab a bunch of Gridanians who really hate the Alamegans, and you go do a sneak attack on the Alamegans who are in the middle of attacking the Legion, okay? Now, you're probably thinking, why are you running me through this thing? Because I need you to understand that Gen Greymane unilaterally and single-handedly decided to take a carrier and its incumbent crew, who were supporters of the screw the other side concept, and go mass murder their military allies in the middle of an invasion by the burning freaking Legion. This assault fails so hard it results in the destruction of your carrier and the deaths of many of your people. Naturally, all of their quest chains are immediately follow the concept of continuing to try and kill the other side, because screw them, because that's what that quest chain's all about. Now, at the end of this, do you think Gen had any consequences for any of his actions here? Does that make sense, silly idea? This is why I say, getting back to the thing, why the lack of consequence storytelling is why the Alliance tends to be portrayed in a slanted as if they're the good guys, but if you think about it for 5 seconds, it's like, wait, hold up, what? Please picture in a story where consequences matter, what would happen, the cluster that would happen as a result of that action. There have been entire story arcs, entire stories that have been centered around that as a premise, as the starting point. One of our commanders unilaterally went off to do an unprovoked, unprompted, unsanctioned, frickin' terrorist attack on a military ally in the midst of an enemy invasion. Now, I'm not trying to slant Sylvanas too positively, but you get my point, right? That's what I mean by the lack of consequences. And that's why it's alliance slanted. To be clear, to be 100% clear about this, the Horde is not immune to this. The Horde also has problems with lack of consequence storytelling. I mean, again, you could do literally an entire expansion based solely on the premise of dealing with Gen Greymane and the Alliance extremists. It's not even that hard to perceive of. We kind of already saw that expansion. It was called Pandaria. On the other side, of course, Hellscream and the Hellscream Horde, the disgusting Horde as I like to call it, is in many ways the Horde equivalent of what Greymane was going for. I thought they were going that direction with it. And to be perfectly blunt, given what we know behind the scenes, I would be surprised if the writing team of Legion was trying to set up Greymane to be the Alliance Garrosh. Instead, he's the Alliance Aragorn. From Lord of the Rings, Gigapudding. The hero. The good guy. The leader at this point. Granted, Anduin's been getting a lot of the character stuff, but who's the righteous hero of the Alliance? That's Greymane. Ironically, I do think he has been set up to be right, capital R, but only a couple of times. And that's related to some other stuff. Cough, cough, the jailer. But you were right, I was supposed to use an item on that thing. Damn it, Gigapudding! We need to have a talk. The thing that bothers me the most... I'm sorry to keep talking about this, but the thing that bothers me the most is this really is a new policy. I can prove this because just look at the Lorecraft series. I mean this with total sincerity. As I was going through, doing my research, doing my due diligence, connecting the dots, there is actually a lot of consequence storytelling in early WoW storytelling, leading up to Legion, basically. There's lots of connecting threads. There's lots of ways that the pieces flow. It's weird how much effort and work people put into making the world a living, breathing world with consequences to it. Now, it still has the problem of storytelling, and it does. I don't want to dismiss that, because in many cases, most people don't even see those consequences. But if you're just playing the game, you might think, hang on, that's that person from this other thing, and they're here because of what happened in that other quest. And then maybe in another zone, you'll be like, wait a second, and you just see those connecting threads all over the place. Like I said, Cataclysm was when they really leaned into that. When they did the revamp of the zones, they connected a lot of connecting threads across that game. And it's one of the reasons I like Cataclysm so damn much. And then BFA hit. Aw. Cataclysm... I'm pretty sure Cataclysm would score better than Wrath, across the board, honestly. But I don't blame anybody for liking Wrath better than Cata, because Wrath had a better plot, and was centered around characters that are more interesting. Cata also dropped the ball at the outro. Like, Cata was, in my opinion, very, very good, until the last couple of patches, and then it just fell apart. My opinion. So, Kirk, no. Kirk is wrong fairly frequently. Picard is never set up to be right. Except for a couple of times. Sisko, to my knowledge, is never set up to be right. Now, let me explain what I mean by that, because apparently I gotta explain this one. That's okay, I don't mind talking, because these side quests are extraordinarily boring. I'm leaning towards a negative so far for these. These are dull as dishwater. I just did a quest in order to help a familiar get eye drops, because the person who is the veterinarian for familiars couldn't get it to receive its eye drops. That's such a non-quest. That doesn't build up the world. That doesn't flesh out the setting. That doesn't flesh out the character. That doesn't do anything. Why is that side quest in this game? It's the same thing the side quests in this whole game as a whole have had a problem with. Okay, and? Anyways. Sorry, getting back on topic. So, being set up to be right is... Well, let me just go back to the situation I just explained. Oh, thank you. I also have another quest for you, apparently. Okay, fine. I'll drink the golden syrup. Glug, glug, glug. This is terrifying. I'm gonna die. Oh! It's actually pretty good, thank you. I was expecting death, or worse. Or Garaha. She's also been experimenting with Garaha on medicines. Yeah, screaming. When a story... so let's go back to the Gen Greymane thing, because you were paying attention for that, right, Ross? So I can just use that as a direct example. If... They didn't actually do this, but if a quest in WoW, after Greymane did all that crap, literally a freaking terrorist, military-grade terrorist, after all that crap, if WoW had sat down and either constructed the scenario so that Sylvanas was secretly doing incredibly evil things, oh, they actually did do that in BFA, or they made it so that everyone in universe all agreed that what Greymane did was right and just, or it's one of those situations where there was no reason for Greymane to suspect this, but it turns out that if he didn't do that, she would have blown up the world. That is what it means to make someone right, capital R. It's when the story forces someone into being in the right when they really shouldn't be. Either because it hasn't earned it, or because there's no reason they would know that, or because it makes no damn sense whatsoever, or because it actually goes against what any sane individual would think of as correct. Think about alliances, to use a direct example of Janeway being right. There was nothing anywhere indicating that she was right in that episode, but she was. And it was completely unearned. It only happens in the last 10 minutes of the episode, and ruins an otherwise honestly good episode. Like, I would never give alliances lamentation status, because duh. But I've never stopped being pissed off about that. And yeah, Sisko in the Pale Moonlight was not only earned, but as much as I love that episode, let's be clear, Sisko didn't do much there. That was Garrick. Garrick was right because he was right. Because he knew what he was doing, he knew what was required, and he lined up the dominoes, and he paid the price for it. Sisko was complicit. Garrick did it. That's another thing. Kira Whitenose is quite correct. Sisko himself and the episode never slammed Sisko as being right. It was more like, this is an unfortunate thing which I must do because this is just the reality, this is the situation. And I agree, Pillars of Snow. I agree, by the way, Giga Pudding, it does get better. I honestly do think that they could have made Greymane and his self-righteousness thing. I really thought they could have made it so that he is this extremist, violent faction of the Alliance, and that the people who think like him Because there are people in universe, never mind players, who think that way, who just go with his side. Who think what we need to do is we need to wipe out all of the undesirables and remove them from the world. Because there are Alliance characters who think that way. Don't hide from it. Don't scooch away from that. Embrace that. Take that. Own that. Do something with it. They could still do it. Sylvanas has been dealt with. No spoilers. Yeah, I almost started saying what happens in the latest patch, because I'm aware of it. I haven't played it, but I was aware of it. I was like, Oh, that's a tough one, Ross. So here's the thing. I think Picard... We'll shift gears. We've talked too much about WoW. I think Picard would have done the same thing overall. I think he would have gone to Garrick. And I think he would have waffled, and I think he would have tried to pull back, and Garrick would have forced him into it, and yada, yada, yada. The big difference, in my opinion, between Picard and Sisko is Picard wouldn't live with it. Sisko is like, I will live with it, and we can interpret that however we want to. I don't think Picard would even attempt to. I think Picard would just look at that, and it would be such a stain on him. Yeah, he would have either confessed and then resigned, or resigned and just bowed out. Like, I think that would have bugged him to the point where he could not, in good conscience, continue to wear the uniform. Because, yeah, it would eat at him. It would destroy him. Now, whether that makes him weaker or stronger or different or up or down or whatever from Sisko, that's up to you. I'm not here to qualify. What is that quest? Oh, that's Pandemonium, isn't it? Right there. I can go look. Ah. Okay, that's Pandemonium. I'll trust you. So now that Gigapudding is here... Yeah, you know what would have been powerful? Hear me out for just a second. I would have loved it. Let's assume that in the Pale Moonlight happens with Picard. If I was directing that episode, what I would have... No, Gigapudding! What I would have happen is at the end of the episode, no confession, no I can live with it, no music either. Go ahead and use a no music moment here. And have Picard sitting there, holding his tea, and you know Patrick Stewart could do this. Have all of that weight come across in his face. His jaw is clenched, and it's just, he's just holding his cup, right? And just staring. And I would just hold that for like a solid 30 seconds of silence, of him not saying anything, as he's just not drinking any of the tea, just, and then have the credits start to pop up, and that's the end of the episode. Okay, is this it? For the love of pudding! Let's do it. You're the students of Baldessian, aren't you? Please, I need your help. As you may recall, some cute, chatty little rabbits were here with your people the other day. One of them, a fellow named Puddingway, later came asking for pudding. Unfortunately, he didn't have money for it. Instead of paying, the boss suggested having him help around the place. The problem is he doesn't seem to understand how things work. It must be very different where they come from. Anyhow, if you have a moment, do you think you could accompany me Puddingway on his errand? It's nothing complicated, just collecting items on his list. Well, I can't offer much. There's a little something on it for your troubles. Yeah, sure. Let's do that, shall we? Oh yeah, one other little touch. I'd make sure that the camera, at least at one point, got close enough so you could see no steam was coming off the cup, to imply that the tea has since gone cold. Oh, Lore. You've come at a perfect time to lend your ear to my woes. Ever since Urianger told me about it, it has been my dream to taste the pudding of this star. Alas, that dream has been dashed. My quest for gastronomic pleasure thwarted. And by what? Something silly called Gil. Here's 2 million. I had heard about Gil before coming here, but who would have thought I needed to eat pudding? My heart's desire. But can I just give you money? Can I just take my money? Take my money! Truly? I get to eat pudding, and all I need to do is fetch these things with you? I'll do it! For the love of Heidelin, I'll do it! It's a metal mold, Jellimon's Fellows cookbook, and a bottle of yarrow milk. Okay, let's do it. Puddingway is now accompanying you. He should be. Damn it, Giga Pudding. Why are you not accompanying me? Why? No, I'm just joking. You've got better things to do. But I had to wait for this quest until you were here. Had to put it off. The last stand, are you? I heard they've been sending someone. Here's the Yakko milk. Thank you. I can't wait for delicious pudding. And that's what it's for. Oh, that's what it's for. The milk's freshly squeezed. Where do you have cows around? Never mind, I'm not actually there. Oh, right, it's a yak. Never mind. Where do you have yaks around here? Meanwhile, Zed Slayer has a chainsaw. Yes, they do. They actually have referred to them as male and female, he and she. Now, telling the difference at a glance is a little bit tricky, but they did call Puddingway a he earlier, so I think I can firmly say that Puddingway is a he. Who did that? I saw a purple name. Aha! It's Valerian, who must die. Get back here. Okay, I'll let him live. I'll let him live. All right, him. Let's unlock quest while we're here. What's a good lunch break game? Final Fantasy 1, which is actually my lunch break game. Literally. It's a game that it doesn't really matter if you pick it up or put it down periodically. You can make a few steps, progress, and then just, move on. It's cool. It's all cool. And the story is so not that it doesn't really matter if you interrupt the story in the middle because your lunch break is over. We need a metal mold, something suitable for the making of delicious pudding. Do you have any? Yes, it's called the Giga Pudding. Thank you for your custom. The music really likes that we've got this going on here. And now to brutally murder Valerian. There we go. He's dead. Where's the last piece? Oh, there it is. Hey, Rex. We're doing the pudding quest. The Giga Pudding quest. We finished the Studium, and I sound bored because I am, because the Sharlayan side quests sucked. In fact, we need to decide how many negatives we give them, because honestly, like, they weren't even doing the world-buildy thing that, some side quests do. It was just, hey, can you go get me some tomatoes? I don't like tomatoes. Yeah, sure. Hey, can you go help me comfort this familiar so you can put the eye drops in it? Yeah, sure. I need you to go kill these enemies so I can get their cores. Okay, why? Like, oh my god. So we need to decide how many negatives we give that entire ball of Drek we just did. So we'll pick this one up over here. Listen, Tataru is... Oh my god! Don't worry. We will get you the pudding. No matter the cost! Back this way. Now, we didn't do the regional chains. for Labryinthos yet. I'm saving those because I'm probably going to actually read those out loud because they're regional chains. But all the other Drek, all of what I mentally think of as side quests, bleh. We've actually been discussing storytelling, Star Trek, wow, 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 and wow in your absence, Rax. I wish I was making that up. Speaking of which, Lord, Mr. Red asks, if you were to write more Nightborn... Oh, yeah, and My Little Pony, because that was also relevant. It was a good topic. If I was to write more Nightborn content, what would I focus on? Honestly, there's so many story ideas there. I don't even know where to start. Here's an ancient people who have existed in a bubble for millennia. And for the first time, they get to interact with the outside world. There's everything. Do every story. I don't even know where to start with that because there's so many. You know? In fact, frankly, we're seeing some of that here because the Labryinthos, right? Who's that? Oh, it's Bregman. Hi, Bregman. And, yeah, camera. Giga Pudding. Hi. Alright, let's turn this in. What do we got? How'd it go? Were you able to obtain everything? Yeah, the Nightborn are an awesome race, and most of the zone, I can't think of the name of it right now, is fantastic. And then they're abandoned because BFA. Wonderful. I'll see about making the pudding at once. Suramar, thank you. Not just any pudding either. My famous rainbow pudding, born of the brilliant culinary mind of the legendary Master Denimont. This little one wanted to try the pudding so badly, it's only right we serve him the very best. As for your good self, this isn't much, but please accept this as payment for your troubles. We get baked alien soup. Yeah, imagine the Night Elves, but written very well instead of very poorly. And you kind of get the Nightborn. With much better characters, too. I say without hyperbole that... Oh god, I can't think of her name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Elistre? No, that's not right. I mean, there's Elisande, but that's not who I'm talking about. Oh my god, what's her freaking name? The main Nightborn that we talked to, the woman. Who is the primary leader of the Resistance. And the Civil War that ensues. I can't think of her damn name. Oh my god, I'm really out of it. Hang on. Yeah, the first Arcanist. But I can't think of her damn name. Is it Thalysra? Hang on, I'm looking. It's Thalysra. There we go. God, lore. Wake up. Between the Studium, which was not good, by the way, Rax, and the whatcha-fig quest, the Labryinthos quest, my mind just turned into pudding. Thalysra, in one expansion, is a better character than Tyrande in 5. Actually, she's still a better character than Tyrande is, so let's up that number to 7. At long last, the pudding of this star. I can already... Why am I on Dissidia music? Oh, I have a lot of Dissidia. Let's move past the Dissidia music. At long last, the pudding of this star. I can already taste it. So much better than Urianje's lackluster offerings. Thank you ever so much. Because of you, not only do I get to eat pudding, I've learned a thing or two about making it to boot. And with as surely as my name is Puddingway, I will endeavor to learn as much about this toothsome treat as I can. Yes, yes! I will conquer this star. Opposite planet. I guess I should say planet. Listen, Tyrande's hot, okay? You gotta understand that. Not as hot as Bregman, but still hot. Speaking of which, of sandwiches and pretzels. Welcome, what are we having today? Oh, it's you, Laura. As it happens, Alize came by recently. Busy as she was, she wanted to let me know she's patched up things with her father. I'm happy for her. But speaking of which, I'm kind of short on hands, so can you help me out? It's a pair of salad sandwiches for an elderly gentleman. He's a Lalafell with a distinguished air. Okay. Lalafell with a distinguished air? Yes, okay. You know what? Mad Overlord's right. So hang on. Ross asked a question. I missed it because it wasn't in the queue. Do you think Kirk would be proud of the captains that followed him? Janeway, Sisko, and Picard. I know you're not going to like this, but I don't think Kirk would be proud of Janeway. Quite the contrary. I think Kirk would be Kirk around Janeway. I think he would look at her and say, you shouldn't be in that chair unless you know what you're doing. Now, don't mistake me. I'm not trying to dismiss Janeway. What I think is Kirk has always been something of a perfectionist. It's honestly part of why Picard is the way he is because Picard was initially based off of Kirk. So, that being said, I was about to go with that. That being said, I think Janeway, as I mentally envision her, is the kind of person who would have enough drive to catch his attention and insist, hey, can you help me? Can you take me under your wing? And I absolutely think he would, because of that self-same drive and because of the passion and all the other stuff that he would see in her. Right. That's just my take on that, but I stand by it. I think he would absolutely be proud of both Picard and Sisko. No questions on either of those. Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. Kirk is a more nuanced character than a lot of people give him credits for. And, I mean, memes, you know? It's nothing else for that. I should probably do this pretzel quest before I forget about it. And we do the rest of these stupid quests. So apparently pretzel quest equals good. Oh, I would agree with that, Weots, absolutely. Sisko has no talent for spy work of any level. He's so bad at it, he had to be manipulated into doing it without his realization from Garrick. And Janeway is not a spy at any level. And Archer is not a captain. And if he was written well, which he occasionally is, that would be a good thing. Okay, so I have your order, sir. 2 salad sandwiches. That sounds weird, but I'm not here to judge. Ah, the sandwiches. How kind of you to bring them. The Last Stand serves up many scrumptious dishes, but their sandwiches have always been my favorite. And my son, meanwhile, was partial to the pretzels. When I was young, I attended the Studium. Louis Soir was a classmate of mine, a kindred spirit in the study of magic, and we inspired each other to greater heights. After I completed my studies, I continued conducting research and eventually became a professor. Married, had a family, settled down. Such life wasn't for Louis Soir, who was on the road more often than not. My son grew to admire him and went on to become his pupil and earn his Archon's mark. To see him set forth to fight for Eorzea beside Louis Soir filled me with pride. Yet so too did I worry, as any parent would. In the end, he gave his life for his cause. So strongly did he believe in it. And having now seen his comrades fight tirelessly to protect our star, I have come to understand whence came his conviction. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure this is Papalimo's father. Ah, but listen to me blather on. I know you're a busy man, so I shall let you go. Thank you, not only for the sandwich, but for standing with my son to the last. That's quite sweet. And that's that consequence storytelling thing I was talking about earlier. Later on, we see results, we see reverberations, we see how things have moved forwards. Consequence. That's why I call it consequence storytelling. Because it is all about consequences. Oh my god, that sounds terrible, Pillars of Snow. Dressing? Ugh. Yeah, I know, right? This is our big mention of Papalimo as in a side quest. This game is so bipolar in its side quests. It's so bipolar, I have to go attack a Giga Pudding really quick here. Plonk. Ah, you're back. Wonderful. This gentleman was a regular of ours, you see. When he heard the Scions had come to Sharlayan, he was beside himself with excitement. He dearly wanted to meet you, but wasn't sure how to go about it. So when you appeared, I thought I'd make it happen. I appreciate you going along with it. By the way, here's something from the house. Enjoy. And yeah, there's some salad sandwiches. Yeah, exactly, Wenlock. Like, I know you can make good side quests, FF14. You've done it! Even all the way back in ARR, there were still good side quests. Here, Giga Pudding. Have a sandwich. Gotta shove it in the beak there. There we go. Okay, hang on. Where we at? What's the actual... It's Labryinthos, right? Yeah. I mean, I suppose there could be just some shotgun design here. Maybe they're just shotgunning stories at side quests. That could literally be what's going on. And because if you do that, sometimes you're going to come up with crap. But if I'm being 100% honest, I don't think that's what's going on. I've been doing every side quest in this entire game. And I'll tell you exactly what I think is actually happening from a behind-the-scenes perspective. This is pure analysis. I don't have proof of this. But I think what happens is they sit down, you know, the primary writing team sits down and comes up with a quest or 2 or 3, usually 1 per zone, not always. And those are the side quests. Those are the ones that they're actually pushing in an area. So picture it this way. Picture in Sharlayan, they make the side quest we just did. And maybe the pudding side quest, okay? And that's it. And then they go on to make all the other content and write all the other quests that they have to do. And then, why are you eating an egg? You are so... Isn't that, like, illegal for a bunny to eat an egg? And so, once they've done all the primary content, then they either they come in or another team comes in and says, alright, now we have to fill out the zone with side quests. And they're just fluff. They're varying qualities of fluff, but they're fluff. They're padding, right? And I really actually think this is what's happening. Yeah, I love the outfit, by the way. To both of you. Although it is weird seeing Giga Pudding's face in there. See, right there. It's a little terrifying. Yeah, no, they're there for busy work. Exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Now, on the game side of things, they have gotten better, and credit where credit is due. They're much less frustrating and irritating and difficult and aggravating as they've always been. Okay, am I done unlocking hunts? Nope. Yeah, exactly. The churning mists was garbage on the gameplay and the story axis. But they have gotten much better on the gameplay axis. It's just the side quests are still padding. They are still just busy work to make the game longer than it already is. And I don't care. I don't care. That's bad. That's just... Oh my god. Just hang on. Let me just unlock everything here. Unlock. Gotta get all these hunts that I will never do unlocked. If I know what an elite mark is, I've done them before. Skip cutscene. Yeah, no, exactly, Pillars of Snow. Yes, I know what elite marks are. I know what elite marks are. Why is this cutscene? Oh no, it's the evil ones! Who are these people? All our most tiresome clients have gathered at once. Okay. Apparently, they're all arguing about how their research is more important than the others, and they need these hunt specimens in order to make this happen. Yeah, I'm never doing your hunts. Never. Thank you, Sharlayan. I'll do her hunts because she wasn't a dick. I'll do his hunts because he apologized. I won't actually do either of them. But in lore, in canon, I do their hunts because they weren't assholes. Actually, in lore, I start a mercenary company and start sending my people out to do the hunts. There you go. That's actually not a bad idea. Start our own mercenary company. Think about it. Yeah, exactly. That's how we spend our time post-final days. Yeah, exactly. Let's get some duty officers going. Get a crew. The Dawn Brigade. I like that. Whoop. Hang on. Let me see this closed mouth thing. I don't see a closed mouth. You lied to me. Oh, I see what you mean. That's interesting. Ugh. I do like that outfit, by the way, Brick. It suits you. The Keepers of the Eighth Dusk. I like that, too. You know, Giga Pudding's like... okay. I swear I'll play game music again once we get to Thavnir. I just kinda hate the zone music of here in Labryinthos, so... My apologies. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. Hopefully we'll be able to finish off one zone today. The Studium really took way longer than I thought it would. My god. See, now I'm even more curious about where 6.1 is going. Oh no, it's weaponized adorability. Yeah, after we finish the side quests... Let me double check my thoughts. Yep, nope, after we finish the side quests, it will be time for 6.1 MSQ. I don't know how long the rest of the side quests are going to take. You'll notice I've been reading at my pace almost exclusively. And I mean, there's just so many, and I got to run around and blah blah blah. So we'll be a minute. Okay. Her pet is a carbuncle. Excuse me, her toy is a carbuncle. Raise eyebrow. I mean, some side quests don't take that long, but I imagine the side quests here specifically will take a minute. I'm hoping to finish here, Sharlayan and Labryinthos today. Aw. That's actually kind of cool. Those are two students who are inspired by the Scions of the Seventh Dawn into someday seeking out the ability to go out into the world, not as adventurers, but as explorers. Meanwhile, an FC is recruiting. I guess technically a free company is kind of, you know, that. It's just, it has no presence or place within the story whatsoever, so... Apparently, Lady Ameliance shares her letters with the staff, including letters about me, because apparently all of them write about me a lot. I'm not going to make the joke. That just amuses me. See, so far these quests are universally better than the Labryinthos quests have been. Oh, I think it's an awesome idea, Blade Travel. Adventurers have always fascinated me from a narrative perspective, but surprisingly few settings have ever really done anything with that. One of my favorite stupid examples is the, I can't remember what they're called, from Breath of Fire 2. Now, the problem is they could be hired for anything, you know, other than just going off and killing monsters. They actually specifically mention things like being hired to go do someone's laundry, or to clean up the house, or whatever. You know, they are catch-alls. They do things to help people. And I've always liked that concept of contract work, is what it is. No, it's not the Ranger. This is going to bug me now. Hang on. It might be Rangers in one of their translations, but it's not in the original. I don't even know where to look that up, now that I'm thinking about it. Does anybody know? Anybody? Anybody? Ah, there it is. Whatever. The reason I bring this up with regards to the Gleaners is one idea that's always fascinated me, and I've always wanted to do something with this in my own stories, is the idea of... Oh, Carbuncle Doll. Pikachu, apparently. I've always loved the idea of specific, like, specialist adventurers, right? Rather than having, you know, adventurers, which is such a catch-all term to almost be meaningless, and rather have monster hunters, which is a really common thing, or guardians, which is a really common thing, or bounders, which is a really common thing. Instead, focusing on subsets of more mundane use of the adventurer profession. And Gleaners is a perfect example of that, to tie this back into your question. I love the idea of someone who has combat levels, is skilled, is capable, is learned, but they don't use that to fight things, they use that to go find things. Just find things. Because obviously adventurers do that too, right? The concept fascinates me, in short, and I would love for them to go further with the Gleaners as an idea. Nope, that's one we're skipping. Yeah, exactly, Blade Travel. And fiction dips its toes into this idea periodically. Forgotten Realms does this, for example. With the organization I can't think of the name of right now. But it feels like it's rare. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just an idiot. But it feels like it's a rare occurrence. So I tend to latch onto it every time I see it. Which leads me to Evo's question. Do I prefer positive or negative character arcs? I'm going to interpret a little bit here. I assume you mean an arc going up or an arc going down. You know, the ascent of a hero or the descent of a villain, to put it simply. In which case, which one I prefer is very simple. This ash-covered envelope. To the soul who finds this missive, deliver this to the unassuming Mikote scholar who can be found sequestered. Okay. My preference between character arcs. No, not the Harpers. The Harpers are assholes. Well, okay. The Harpers aren't an organization. There's plenty of good Harpers, there's plenty of bad Harpers, and there's plenty of in between. No, this is just the map select screen. It's okay, so there you go. I'm surprised how many of you immediately recognize this one. It's still on not random, so yeah. You can probably guess what the next several Overworld songs are going to be. Unfortunately, I don't think I have a preference between the two, Evo. I just like character arcs in general. I like characters to move, grow, and develop. Not that every character has to, of course. There's a reason I distinguish characterization from character development, and make them two completely separate aspects of storytelling. Yeah, exactly, Blade Travel. I like it, silly idea. Speak, speak. And it's off. That's Beaver. Good night, Mr. Red. Sleep well. But, I'm ready for the question. Here it is, here it is, here it comes. The answer is, in fact, purple. Chocolate milk. Wait. Is there such a thing as white chocolate milk? Because then we could have purple white chocolate milk. The Wolf Walkers. Why, yes, I know exactly what that is. It's the legendary story of the great wolves of Tarn-Katerino and how they walk down from the denizens of the chasms. And as they descend into the chasms, they slowly morph themselves into libraries and become the great libraries that... Okay, I'm running... It's hard to read and talk at the same time. I've never heard of that. Shut up. My love? I've lost track of a mammoth. A key... I'm sorry, did I read that wrong? Nope. My love, my light, I am lost without you, is what she said about her mammoth that she's missing. Is this going to be a droid situation? Is this the droid's wife thing? Is that just where we're at now? I mean, no judgment, I guess. Although, actually, having a programmable significant other sounds like all kinds of problems. Meanwhile, everyone in chat, isn't that just a regular significant other? Detroit quest. God. It's okay, it's fine, it's fine. She's just not getting over things. And she's very unhealthily forcing a sentient sapient being into servitude. But yes, so, okay. The reason I call... What the heck is that outfit? The reason I call it droid effect is because droids are one of the best examples of it. But droids are not necessarily sentient and sapient. However, they absolutely do have the capacity to become sentient and sapient. And, to address your direct point, Evo, I'm pretty sure that specific droid had gone over the marker. I'm pretty sure they were a sentient sapient droid. So yeah, it's pretty horrible. So, Mr. Red's question. I am an employee at Activision, forced to slave away from Body Codex, 36,327th yacht. I've gotten sick of it because his 2,634th yacht has been interfering with your work from the pollution it causes. But you love Blizzard and all its properties. You have to find a way to get fired in a way which will improve one of Blizzard's properties and in a way that personally pisses off Kotick. Okay, so I buy a gun, go into his office and shoot him in the face. I then shoot myself. I have now improved every Blizzard property in a way that pisses him off. How long must I wait? Oh, forgive me, I was just thinking out loud. I made plans to meet at Paramore, but our time of rendezvous is long since past. As a member of the Forum, his work keeps him busy. You look young. Not that young, but, you know, 20s range. You promised time for me, for us. I suppose your wanderers will take in there. Yeah, sure, I'll go check, just in case. He's an Owry man with brown hair, serious mane. Okay. Probably Loke. But I think the removal of the cancer is worth the removal of the... I don't know what to equate that as, actually. Of dinner? Oh no, absolutely, Evo. Look, all I'm saying is death to Bobby Kotick and to the living. Okay, it's all I'm saying. Okay. I do not look good in this outfit. My god. This is so awkward looking. Well, anyways, where is Battle Stance? There it is. God, that's awful. Yeah, I looks like such a Dorcas. This is so not me. Like, this isn't a terrible outfit in general, but it's very not me. Yeah, I was gonna say, look at just... Oh my god. Alright, Giga Pudding, I need you to professionally critique this outfit. Go. Didn't need those. There you go. Check it out. Yeah. Yes. Behold my glory. Oops, I did pay attention more. What? Is that in? It's gotta be in. Yes, I'm not a member of the forum. I know I'm wearing the forum's outfit. Yeah, glamentation status. I agree. That's just... No. Save me, Giga Pudding. Save me! Save me from this nightmare that is my life. She was right all along. Medion was right. If this is all that awaits me, then all life must die. The problem is this is two outfits smashed into one, if you look at it for a second. Like, from about that, the overcoat is actually a fairly cohesive piece. But then there's the excessive... Like, I know that's actually partially a shawl kind of a thing, but the way that that dangles around the arms just doesn't work at all. And then there's everything to do with that bottom part. Just look at that. No, that's awful. And then you have the really high collar and the bad tie. And then you have Giga Pudding. Now, Giga Pudding's got a much better outfit on, for example. Me, I look like a Dorcas. I'll shut up about it, though. Oh, I have some questions in the question thing. Have I ever watched Freeman's Mind or Ross Scott? No, I have not. I've never seen any of that stuff, sorry. What is one off story or race in Trek you wish was followed up on the most? The one that always comes to my mind is the Voth. But there's also the, I can't remember what they are called, but the Necro people from Voyager. Which is funny because it's two Voyager races, but whatever. Screw it. Screw it. Oh, thank God, I'm wearing an outfit again. I'm gonna target Giga Pudding. Oh wow, I can't see it through the thing. Yay. Oh, and she's gone. Um, okay. Very well. I shall use the explosive, which is very safe, according to him. My extremities are safe. This person is describing to me what ether is. I can actually say, "You've opened my eyes. My hunger for knowledge has been piqued." I'm not sure, Evo. Alright, Giga Pudding, you know what you have to do. You have to go do this quest so that we can see what it looks like on female. The Kabali, that's them. I should have known that. Is there a person here for you, Giga Pudding? We must see it on Giga Pudding. So, this is how you play a hunter in WoW, right? That's what you gotta do. Odd. But yes, I shouldn't mention this, but the Kabali have actually already shown up in the Star Trek rewrite. Oh, I don't remember, Giga Pudding. It's one of the side quests, of which I'm sure you've done none of them. It's called Fast Fashion. Oh, actually, hang on, I'm going to turn it in. Hang on, where's Fast Fashion? There it is, right there. Join me, Giga Pudding. I actually agree with that one too, Ross. That's a good pick. Maybe we could add that one to the rewrite. What's the name of the race from First Contact? Let's see, first notes. Right here. Giga Pudding. Giga Pudding. Giga Pudding, no! Sorry, I shouldn't do this. You can actually tell where I am. Behold my location. There you are. Let's see, Malcor 3. Home to the Malcorians. There you go, perfect. Yep. Note to self, Malcorians. There we go, just leave that note there for later. Yeah, the weather's been really weird lately in a lot of places. That doesn't really surprise me. What, Ross? What are you talking about? I didn't say nothing. There's this thing called... Oh, hey! Continuity. I don't know if you ever heard of it. So here's what it looks like on a female. And that does actually look a little bit better on her specifically. Now, I don't think it's necessarily because she's female. I think it's partially because of the fact that her proportions are a little bit better than mine. Because I'm tall, and part of that comes as a consequence of the fact that my torso is really tall. Like, look at that. Look at that. You notice how our waists are pretty close to each other, but my torso is almost like another head above her. So I think that's at least partially. But the good news is Giga Pudding looks awesome. Oh god! And now she's terrifying. Gotta run. Gotta run. Yep. Giga Pudding has given in to the dark side of the Force. So, funny thing. My niece obviously knows about Star Wars and the dark side, at least in broad senses of the words. She'd never heard my Palpatine voice before. So we were playing Minecraft this Monday, and I forget what she was doing, but I was like, you should totally give into the evil side. And she's like, what? What do you mean? And I started going full Palpatine. I can't do it now because my throat's too dry. But I went full Palpatine in the voice, and she was just looking at me like... Because she never heard me do that voice before. She liked it. What would I do with the complete lack of ending in KOTOR 2? I mean, okay, so the obvious answer... See, it looks much better there. The obvious answer is to jump on Giga Pudding. Oh, I missed. Ah! Okay, whatever. She gets away from not being jumped on. The obvious answer is to make an ending. But I assume that's a little bit too simple for what you're seeking. So let me think about that for a minute. If we still had the same limitations that they had with KOTOR 2, if we said all those problems and all of those issues and all of the, you know, problems. Wow, she's almost as tall as I am. No! Damn it! Can't tell if she's trying to jump on me or the camera at this point. No, I agree, Evo. So, again... assuming we're living under the same conditions and operating under the same conditions... She'll never catch me now. That the original team was. So in other words, we cannot do a proper ending. What I would probably do is chop it short and truncate it substantially. And yes, we're still going... it's still alphabetic. I still haven't hit random on the Overworlds playlist. Whoops. You actually interrupted my mouse click, Giga Pudding. Forcing me to click you. I see how this is. Here you go, kiddo. I found your doll. That's... Aww! Okay, I'm gonna explain the quest I just did. The mischievous Mikote wanted me to go get their doll. It's a little carbuncle doll. We go get it and bring it back. And the Mikote says, "Thank you. You're just like my old neighbor, Mooney, who was a great wizard who used to live right next door to me. And she used to have a carbuncle she used. I haven't seen her in a while, and I can't wait for her to get home someday." So, it's another consequence quest here in Sharlayan. In fact, hang on, I'll actually read that out loud. Hang on, let me pull this up. You found him just like Big Mooney would have. That's what I used to call the neighbor who used to play with me. She was tall and smart and always so nice. She'd tell me stories about her friend, a powerful wizard who could summon his very own carbuncle companion. Sorry, he was... That's why I wanted one for myself. I have to learn how to move him around better, though. So that's when Mooney comes... So that when Mooney comes back, she can see how hard I've been practicing my magics. This is for you. Papa said... It's hard to read. Papa said when someone helps you have to show your gratitude. So thanks for finding my carbuncle. Bye. Jesus. Yeah, these are actually decent side quests. I'm a little weirded out by these. Like, we just had a giant clunk of block. And all of a sudden, we've had 3 actually good side quests. Not in a row, admittedly. But, you know, that's something. What is over here? What am I looking for? It's got to be down. No? Where is the stupid thing? Oh, there it is. I see it, I see it. Hey, Giga Pudding, I'm going to ask a weird question. What's under that dress? I'm not going to look, because that would be weird. But I'm actually curious. Like, are we wearing pants underneath that outfit? So just like shorts or what? Like, I'm actually curious because I'm a bit of a fashion geek as well. And in that kind of a situation, I would say that some kind of leggings or pants would be most appropriate for that kind of broad form dress, lapel, whatever you want to call that. Lapel's the wrong word, but umbrella. If you're going to have something like that, you want to have actual coverage for your leggings. Not just because of decency's sake, but also because of simplicity, like, you know, wind or comfort, you know, heat issues, etc., etc. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Forum, who are morons, wouldn't have anything. Like, the Forum had to be convinced of the benefits of taste. So, I don't know what else to add to that one. Where is this one? Ah, there it is. Wait, you like this song? This song? I mean, no judgment, a lot of the songs in the remake are quite good. They're good remixes. Oh god, Evo. Don't even joke about that. Uh-oh. There's 2 of them. It's okay, guys speak beaver. Traverse Town is quite good, but that'd be under the town playlist, not the overworld playlist. I could switch to the town playlist. Listen, Ross. It makes sense! Oh, so there's like a... Oh God, what do you call that? Yeah. It's actually connected at the shins. There's actually a term for that. I can't think of what that's called. It's extraordinarily uncomfortable in real life. But it's there for, you know... I guess privacy is the word for that. I don't know what else to call that. Decency? I don't know what to call it. Here's your stupid bug. I'm not even going to finish these stupid quests. I'm really not. It's taking so long to do these quests. I hate doing town quests. I hate doing town quests. That's true, Giga Pudding. And yeah, that really does sound like the Forum. I can't argue that. The good news is we're almost done with the town quest. Yeah, exactly, Evo. I'm gonna wear a kilt. You know what? Hang on, this is probably faster. Let's do this. Warp up here. No, I'm probably gonna do Rods at Hand next, literally just to get it out of the way. 8 town quests. 8 everything. In the universe. The whole thing. Just... I mean, I was gonna do Sharlayan and then Labryinthos, but I had to turn it around because someone wasn't here. I don't know who I could speak to that, but, you know. Yeah, Estinian's just... That's a good point, Evo. We must follow tradition. It's very important. Yep, nope, looks like we've only got 2? Nope, 3 left. So where's my negatives? I need to be reviewing things. I'm gonna give 2 positive. No, 1 positive. No, help me out. 1 or 2 positives for the 3 consequence storytelling quests in Sharlayan. Whoop! I'm also gonna completely run by my quest giver. Or quest turn-in person thing. Place. There you go. What? Yep, nope. Of the Zayla tribes, there's one called the Baduga, who are exclusively male. They kidnap male outsiders to replenish their numbers. Yep. Can confirm. I mean, it would make sense, silly idea. Especially for out-of-character reasons, consider how much, you know, fashion is a major element of this game. Yep, exclusively male, kidnap male. That's how they replenish their numbers. Sorry, Gigapony. On the plus side, there's a female tribe that kidnaps females. No, not really. Sorry. Even if they did exist, they would hate cookies. I'm sorry. This statue, he's discussing the significance of the statue, but the significance of the ewer is supposed to signify the water, aka the knowledge of Sharlayan, pouring out into the world. I don't know where you've been, but Sharlayan has been kind of cut off from the world for a couple of centuries. Like, really think about that for a second. Yeah. Anyways. You want me? Okay. Whatever. No. I'll just need to slowly... She'll never see it coming. I'll just shove her into the stairs. I have to shove her really hard to shove her to the water. But I can do it. Oh, God! Right. Moving this way so she doesn't catch me. I really don't think I'm going to finish these quests today. I might just do these off camera. And by that I mean finish these off camera. I've kind of committed to doing the side quests on camera. And so far we've had stuff to talk about, so I hope it's not a completely boring stream. I have played and streamed FF13, however I have never reviewed it. So I don't know how good it is. Is that a mammoth designed off of Alizé? Because that's totally what that looked like. Oh, I'm sorry, silly idea. I have been told many times that my voice is rather sleep-inducing, so... Usually said as a compliment. That's true, Gigaputty. We can always tell if it's Alphino or Alizé. I know that one. Silly idea. Been there, as they say. Hey look, it's someone who that outfit looks terrible in. Look at it! Look at it! It looks like a bell? Or like a flower? Upside down flower? Oak. Yeah, it's a little late. Y'all should probably go to bed. I'm gonna finish this up. But good night, everybody. Now that Gigapudding's gone, I can finally do the pudding quest I've been putting off. Pudding off? Yeah, I have uploaded a couple of VODs over the last year or two. Uh-oh! Nothing, Gigapudding. I said nothing. Everything's cool. Nothing is untoward here. That person's name is Ventus Ericus. Spelled correctly, even. You're welcome. I'm glad she was understanding, though. That was her boyfriend, and he was up late, tired, working on the forum's preparations. Now, she doesn't know that. She just knows he was up late, tired. But she was understanding, was like, it's okay, you go get some rest. Here, take care of yourself. That was kind of nice. Sweet little moment. Bradley default. That's terrible. Okay, delivered all the books. You're welcome, I suppose. I am now welcomed to Sharlayan. Formally. A little late, but, you know, whatever. So, remember this? She was the one who was looking for her love, which was the mammoth, who looks a lot like Alizé. Come back to be my princess, come back to be my queen. The existence of this mammoth is probably a secret best kept from certain individuals. This is her, my enchanting mammoth, and not a single scratch upon her beautiful visage. Words cannot express how happy you've made me. I commissioned this from a gleaner, had it modeled after the woman who captured my heart from afar. With the aid of a tome written by Archmagus Quan, I constructed my own device to control it remotely. However, it seems there are some kinks to be hammered out. Alas, a heart in rapture is prone to such mistakes. Details are easy to overlook when the whole world is your oyster. I must redouble my efforts. Do you want me to introduce you to Alize? My fairest of ladies, would you believe I espied her someone even fairer than you? Why, none other than she whose visage you share. I can die this day happy and forevermore. That's her brother. I think we're done here. I've changed my mind. I'm no longer introducing Alize to this person. There might be a punch involved. But, yeah. Okay, so the two? Yep. I'm going to go and chop off now, I think. I'm just going to accept that I'm not going to finish these last two questions, because there's no way. 2 regional quests will take longer than 15 minutes to do. I'll just save them till tomorrow. I hope you have enjoyed. Such as it is. Tomorrow, more of this. I'll see you around.